Don't say anything. We're not officially live yet. Getting dead. Yeah. Looks good. We back, bitches. Except it may not sound like I'm back. Sometimes I might still have some coffee. I'm gonna give you guys a warning on that. Let's do, ooh, I don't know, lime can be a bit too acidic for now. Strawberry. I will tell you guys all about the last week. Let me get situated here. I came back to my office, looked at my old water bottle, right? Let's just say that there are, how do I put it? There are things that you obviously shouldn't drink, and you can tell just by looking at them. You're like, that shouldn't be floating around in my water. Let's just say I saw a lot of that. Like, I'm gonna go buy a new water. Oh no, this has one of the anti take the cap off, save the turtles thing. Fuck, I hate this. Damn it, I'm not gonna throw the cap at turtles. I dispose of it all at once, okay, world? Oh, wait. Cut these things off. Shit. What day is it today, chat? Is it Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday. Honestly, I spent so much time in bed, sleeping, trying to get better, that the days just melded together. I was pretty damn sick. But we're about 90 to 95% better today. Energy feels good today. Energy feels good. I hope that my mic is actually on. Is it on? Yeah, it is. Had that problem last week. Okay. That's better. The only problem with the strawberry one is it gets all these chunks floating around. Takes 10 minutes for them to disperse. Oh well. Okay, anything else I need to worry about? I have something to show you, but I'm gonna show you guys when, more people show up. Because I don't want to, do it a billion times. But I promise you'll like it, it'll look good. Let's see, scenes made. Promise. Okay, so I did have a little bit of time. I had like a couple hours where I wasn't completely dying one of the days, and I was taking a look into the the issue we had last week Tuesday with physical materials on the auto landscape. I'm 100% sure now that it is an issue with us using the auto landscape, and we don't have... There's something weird about it. I still don't really know the solution to it. Honestly, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just not going to add footstep sounds to the game right now. Whatever. I couldn't get it working. I tried a bunch of different things. I'm not going to worry too much about it. The level of importance that footstep sounds have is next to none. There's way more important it wasn't even feedback that I've gotten from people was, oh, I wish there were footstep sounds. I think just having having some sound effects and music is a good first step. So I'm just going to quickly disable that. That line trace that we do. Footstep shit not working because of auto landscape shit. That's accurate. Nobody can fault me for that one, right? Alright. Honestly, the rest of it too, like... Failed to save, why? I know why. No, it shouldn't have a problem. I'll just make it writable. Can I make it writable? Yeah. Oh, it's the prototype map. I may have... Yeah, what is it? Why are we getting errors already? Can we not get errors? 2 seconds into this. Why? I know it's because I have changes that I didn't check in. At home. Fuck, I should have deleted those. I should have undone those. I should be able to force it to be writable. I kind of forget how to do that. Or... We'll do it this way. Great branch. More sound stuff. And maybe it'll let me adjust it now. Of course, why would things go smoothly after being sick? We still don't know what I had. All I know is it wasn't strep throat. First doctor I saw thought it might be whooping cough. Which I was pretty scared about, because I don't know if you know anything about whooping cough, which I've been vaccinated, right, as a kid, multiple times for whooping cough, because you don't want it spreading around to kids. Kids are very susceptible to it. And you know, kids touch everything, wipe their nose and everything. It lasts for like 12 weeks. Like 3 months you will be coughing. It's pretty bad. So I was kind of scared because of course we have the, well, I'm streaming, right? I don't want to be coughing on stream for 3 months. And I don't want to go to a conference with a bunch of people who, I need to meet with and say, oh, don't mind me, it's just whooping cough. And even if you're not contagious at a certain point anymore, which I don't know if when you stop being contagious with whooping cough. You still don't want to be around somebody who's coughing their heart out. So yeah, it wasn't the greatest when I heard that. But I got prescribed some antibiotics, and at first they absolutely destroyed me. Like, I would take one, I would sleep for 6 hours, and I had to take it twice a day. So, yeah, not great. Footstep shit, not working because of auto plans. Shit. Please, just check out. Please. Don't do it. Don't do it. Why are they doing that? It is probably because of exclusive. You know what? It doesn't matter. I won't save it on here. I'll just go home later today. I'll fix it. I'll uncheck that shit out. Whatever. That is going to be a little bit troublesome, though. With the landscape. Or the map, I mean. Maybe I can force that to be writable, though. Check out. I need you to, I need you to save. Wait, let me undo it, and then it'll ask me to check it out again, and I can make it writable. Revert. Okay, there we go. Maybe it's something else. Why would it be doing that? Let's see. I mean, it looks fine. Kind of annoying. Making it writable should force it. I don't know why it wouldn't save. Look, it doesn't, if I can't check things in, it's not a big deal. I'll just check things in tomorrow, right? If I can't save it, I can't shut this down. That's a problem. God damn it. the source project file. Right click on the folder called saved. Choose property security. Wait, what? Huh? What? Okay, let's try it. Wait, was it because I had two engines open? Did I accidentally open up two versions of the... This is such a great start to coming back to streaming. Don't you love it? If you're watching on YouTube, I apologize. By the way, YouTube, I made a small video about me being sick and just mentioning, you know, when I was trying to get back to streaming. It is our most, I think it is our most popular Cauldron Chronicles related video on YouTube. Which, by the way, if you guys are watching on YouTube, thank you so much for all the words of support that you sent, and for just, you know, watching on YouTube and, I don't know, keep an eye on the project. I really appreciate it. I bet many of you can't make the live streams, which I understand, you know, it sucks. I apologize for that. That's all it was. I had two versions of the engine open. Okay. No, we're fine. We're fine. Don't get angry. It's only 9 a.m. See, like, typically you have happy hour. I have angry hour. But 9 a.m. is way too early to be angry. Footstep shit, having to write this for a third time because I had two copies of the game open. Also, this doesn't work because of auto landscape. Shit. I don't know what that means. And then watch in like 20 episodes, it'll be like, what the fuck did I mean by this? Why did I write that? Okay, that's better. Alright, now if you remember, we added some goodies here. We have some, oh, that's weird. You see that with the grass? Is the auto landscape grass fades out at a further distance than the hand-painted grass? That is weird. I don't know why that happens. That is that is wild. Whatever. What was I saying? Okay, yeah, we added some sound effects that change based on night and day. I like that. We added music that will play randomly between, I think there's a delay of 3 to 5 minutes we set it to. We need to add some sound sliders in so the player can adjust sound effects, music, and master volume. I've never done that before. I mean, it's just 3 sliders. How difficult can that be from the UI perspective, right? But I'm not really sure how to tie it specifically to the audio. But we'll figure that out. Let's... What am I thinking of? What's the panel called? Options. There are options. Yeah, we have a miscellaneous section. It'd be good to add like an audio section to it. Miscellaneous box. Duplicate. We're kind of putting a lot of stuff into one area here, but it is what it is. Audio box. Audio. Master volume box. Music volume box. Sound effects volume. I think for these we do just like a default mix, and we set all of these to 100%. So min value 0, max value 1, value 1, right? I think we'll just do sound effects, music, and then master. Okay, these should... No, they will not audible. That's weird. How do these get updated if they're, Oh, okay, yeah, they're tied to a function. We can do the same thing here. But again, I don't know how to grab this. Grab these bits of info. Great binding. Maybe it's like an audio subsystem. Audio bus subsystem. Maybe there's some documentation on this. UE5. Audio. Volume. Not... Not a box volume. I need I need the actual audio. Okay, audio system overview. Here we go. Recording sound. Okay. How do we? It should be this. Set sound mix. Because it's a mix, right? No. Sound class. Returns the volume of a sound class. Oh. Okay. How do I know that that's the sound class that's being used, though? Audio. Oh, here we go. Default sound class master. And then in the master class, how do we tell it, like, here's the master, but then want that one. I mean, I know we have music here. Was there any reason we made our own music class? Hey, Rustum Tech, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How's your Tuesday? Why is there a white noise sound wave in the engine? And a duck normal. Oh wait, no, that's not like a duck animal. I'm okay. How about you? I'm getting better. I was sick for like a week. Pretty bad, but I'm about 90 to 95% returned to normal. My cough today is especially doing very well. Let's not jinx it though. I think I'm getting better. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, no worries. I don't know what it was. It hit me hard, it hit me fast, and I thought it would just be over in a couple days. Nope. And I still don't know what it was. Get master sound volume. Well, it should show one then. If it's working properly, it should show one. Yeah. The slider is being a little bit annoying, but fix that. The step size is so large. Now, unlike these other sliders that we only want them to apply when the player presses apply, I think with the volume, we just have it change. So the player can get a feel for, you know, what the new sound is like. Mr. Vol. And this will at least tell us if it works. On value changed. The question is, how do we update the sound class? I've never done this. I can grab a sound class. Well, hold on, if I do. No, I don't think that would work. Oh no, set volume. Duh. Because music is a child class of master, this should work. Yes, it is working. I just hold on, I have to turn off my background music. The only thing is I can't hear the music at all now. I don't know why. Good, yeah. The sound effects is working. But it feels like it turned off the music entirely. Hold on. Yeah, for some reason it's... Why did it do that? Oh, no, it's changing wait, it's changing the volume directly for me as well. Why does it do that? So weird. Okay, let me see if I can figure this out. Okay, these don't have the music class assigned. We'll get there. Yeah, for some reason, okay, so if it hits 0, it stops. If it doesn't hit 0, you can raise it back up. That is a very weird bug. What might be causing that? Let me see if anything weird happens in the ambient time of day. I think this also is controlling music, right? Yeah. Okay, so let me lower it. For some reason, okay, so for some reason it's considering the audio finished when the volume hits 0. That's weird. That's really weird. Maybe there's some setting in the audio cue. I don't see anything. Let's see if the documentation has anything on that. UE5, music stops if volume set to setting sound mix class override to 0, volumes stop sound from playing, yes. Okay, that's our issue. Checkbox in either the sound wave asset or the sound cue, which determines whether to continue playing sounds which are silent. I think it was called virtualization or something. Okay. Okay, let's check the sound cue. Virtualization mode. If sound is looping, sound restarts from beginning upon realization from being virtual. I don't know what that means. Oh, play when silent. Okay. Alright, let's see if that fixes it. It's fixed. The slider is really weird. Very slow. One bug solved. See if we can make this slider a bit more responsive. Mouse uses step. Whether the handle is interactive or fixed. The slidable area should be indented to fit the handle. Fine. This might fix the problem. This is way better. This is way better. However, we just need to fix the overflow. round it to the nearest hundredth. That should be easy. Do graph. We want to multiply this by 100, right? Divide by 100 to an integer. We round and then we divide by 100. That's the way we do that, right? No, it's not. Get the volume, multiply by 100, round, divide by 100 to float. No, that should be right. Like 0.86 will become 86. And then we divide by 100. Moving the decimal 2 places. Maybe we should make it a float first. Maybe it's just being a bit weird. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Being a bit wonky. Fine. Okay. Master sound is good. Let's hook up these other two classes. Let's make sure that all of our ambience is properly linked to the sound effects class. And I'm not 100% sure if we might use that. Close these. Sound effects. Very silent. We can play stuff. Yeah, for some reason I made the video about me being sick, and it got like 350 views on YouTube. Wild. In fact, while we've been streaming, it's gotten 8 more views. YouTube, why? Okay, I might know why. I think YouTube really likes short videos, right? So it'll recommend videos that are like under 10 minutes or something. It recommends at a much higher rate than videos that are lengthier. That might be why. And because I, primarily post the VODs from stream, they're sometimes 6 to 8 hours each. It's fine. I don't do it for the views. I just find it funny that it's a 3-minute video about me telling people that I'm sick and that I don't know when I'll be back streaming is one of my highest performing videos. Wild. Okay, let's set the same thing. Mouse uses step. No. I think all the sizes of these are good. Yeah. We just need to update the text binding. This is music. Get music, sound volume. One thing we have to do as well is when the game starts, we have to set all these sound classes to 1. Because for some reason when I change this, it's changing the asset value. It's not changing like an instanced version value of this for some reason. I'm probably setting this up incorrectly, which is why it's doing that. I don't really care. It's not super important. And I can solve it just by adding in an extra bit here. Set sound class. Set volume. Master. Music. Sound effects. 1, 1. Then we'll go in and we'll adjust each so that they're about where I want them. That way, just the default volume or the default volume of different aspects of the game are as we want them. The player may just need to adjust the base volume itself. And I might set the master volume actually to like 0.5. But for now, I'll keep it at 1. I'm not actually sure if I lowered the volume of Unreal. Let me check. No. Okay. On value changed. Need to update the name of this. Music. Volumes. Sound effects. Volume slider. We good. test this. It's working. Working. Yeah, it was much easier than I thought it would be, to be honest. The good thing is a lot of these sounds from these packs are already pretty well mixed for default loudness. So I don't think we have to change too much. It would be nice to have sounds for it's so weird. Like the hitbox on these pink flowers is weird. Where are they? Oh yeah, it is a bit wonky. I can fix that. Foliage. Pink flowers. Not the ingredient mesh, the collectible ingredient. It's flickering back and forth because it's randomizing on construction script. So we don't need to worry about that. It's okay if that happens. Should fix the problem. Much better. I don't know if I can get different sound effects for all the different animals we have. I mainly just want to do the. I mean, it would be nice. But there's more important feedback for me to get to that I have to address. You know, things like unfortunately we lost a week. There's no denying this. It was not ideal, but we lost quite a bit of these days here. Thick, a very violent red. Can we use red for games though? I don't know if I want to use red then. But it wasn't good. I don't know what color to use. Purple. Purple, text color, white. Bad. We lost a few days, and I'd only like to do the really core sound effects here. The rest, this is just a prototype, and focus more on different parts of feedback that I think are more crucial to selling the experience. I think that there's a lot of ambience, and there's a lot that's gained from just having ambient sounds. And just a very light soundtrack, right? I think there's a lot to be gained from this. And I'm pretty happy with it. Having sound effects for like picking up ingredients would be nice. Maybe some bee sounds when you get close to the beehive. The beautiful beehive. Stuff like the water, which we've done some of the water too. We're missing things like the waterfall, which is just absurdly beautiful and definitely not a 2D plane on a spline. And I think we had one issue with the audio being... I could hear the river audio in the cave here, or the mine shaft. And I want to see if I can get that turned off. So the player should not be able to hear it. So we'll get those addressed. So just like a few things to touch up. What do we have? We have ambient sounds, footsteps, which we're not going to do, waves, wind, warfare. Thunderstorm. I mean, we actually already have weather sounds, except for like snow. Ambience, snow? Bro, snow doesn't make any... Oh, it's like a blizzard. We already have that. Yeah, we don't need... Cave dark. It's spooky. We do have this desert area too, which I think we could look into fading the audio when the player's in the desert, but I don't know how to do that specifically. I gotta take a look at that. Not super high requirement. Again, I think there are more important things than getting the animals perfect here. Maybe we can find some like some bee sounds and just any sound effects pack that I have. Check Humble Bundle, because I know I bought some purchases. Sound effects and music for your games. I have... I mean, I have like farm animal sounds, but I don't think there's gonna be bees. Watery interface sound effects?
Hi.
Good morning.
So, you heard anything about any, bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
The same, look at this.
Idiot.
It's the same people. Long live chaos, esport, Twitch, online casino, sports betting equals scam, fixed match. Why is the new meta so weird? I mean, they keep giving me follows, so whatever. I guess I'll take anything. I'll just ban them though. I mean, there's not really any useful sound effects in here for me. Alright, let's see a different one. Audio Odyssey. I think this is just music though. This one. Oh yeah, this does come with sound effects, doesn't it? Did we download this by chance? No, I think we did. Okay, this does have some personal details on here that I don't want shown on screen. I'll just look. I'll see what we have. We have jingles and stingers, now computers and machinery, horror and suspense, retro sound effects, UI and menus. Not necessary. Monsters and creatures, maybe. Science fiction, medieval fantasy, maybe something in there. Music, a lot of music packs. More music packs, a lot of music. We have this monsters and creatures. Undead, naga, humanoid, eldritch, dragon, demonic, cute. Where are the cute ones? I mean, no, I'll pass. I'll pass on that. It does have environmental sounds. Ambience. I need like nature. Maybe we'll look up free sound effects. This isn't a commercial game, so we can get things that, you know, allow you to use it without a commercial license. Pixabay, maybe. Free sound, anything works. Search sounds. Bees. This might be very loud, so let me lower this. Bee swarm. I like it except for the weird sound here and then the birds in the background. What about this one? It's not bad. Vocal imitation of several bees buzzing intensely. It has a 2-star rating. Oh god, I need to know what this sounds like. Can't. I can't. No. No. I'm not using that. I want to use it. I want to use it, but no. 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 Okay, actually, this is good. It's very long. I don't really need it to loop. Doesn't matter. This could be good. Users that downloaded bees.wave. No, I just want to download bees.wave, please. Log in to download, okay. Let me log into freesound.com. You know, I may have an account. Let me check my password manager. Bitwarden. I am not sponsored by Bitwarden, guys, but I highly recommend you. Freesound. Okay. I now know my login for this. Yes, I'm glad you updated your privacy policy. Thank you so much for that. I've been a user for 7 years. Jesus Christ. I didn't know I had made my account that long ago. Good to know. Okay, bees.wave. I want to download this. Download sound. And I think I have Audacity on. We can boop this down to like 25, 30 seconds or whatever. Select. Delete. Export audio as wave. All right, let's see if that worked. Desktop. Assets, audio, sound, miscellaneous, bees. I don't know how loud this is compared to the other things though. Pretty fucking loud. Create a queue. Sound. Hold on a sec. Let me look something up. UE5 style guide. I'm curious if there was something specifically set for audio sounds. Q is A, the underscore, then underscore Q. Okay, I can do that. I love it. Okay, I think we can add this to the tree with hives blueprints. This way we can make a not media sound. What was it? Audio. This should turn it into a 3D audio source. We just have to turn this into a looping queue. Let me load these up. Looping glass sound effects. We should be able to visualize the attenuation on it. Oh, I just need to update this to override attenuation. Yeah. The outer attenuation is very. It's all pretty big. It's all too big. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna drag this over to the side and then adjust it so we can together. I think inner radius should be about here. So when the player's in this range, they'll hear it maximum. I'm going to do. I'm kind of tempted to do a box attenuation. The reason is we probably have some up here. And I'm a little worried that it's going to seep into the cave as well. Or we just keep it a sphere and we try to find a way to override the cave settings. The player doesn't hear them. I mean, they're not going to hear this. The distance is way too big. Because the player shouldn't be able to hear the bees outside of like this range, right? Could be a little bit further. Or bump up the volume a bit. Up volume. Granted, the music is way too loud right now, so. Okay, that works. A tree with hive. The only okay, maybe I shouldn't put it on the tree itself. Here's the reason why. So, when the player harvests the bees, I want the sound to disappear. This is the wrong blueprint to put it on. I should be putting it on the beehive. On the collectible ingredient, because here we have the interface for when the player is interacting with it. We do it on the hold on a sec. There's one problem here where I don't know what we call if the growth cycles are complete. Basically to re-trigger the sound effect being present. I can, event interact easy. I can trigger it to stop playing that sound. I don't really have a notifier here for when the growth cycle is complete. On the parent class. We do have growth cycle check, but this is just on the parent itself. Hmm. If I make a custom event, I could have a Boolean output from this of whether or not do it this way. Let's do B has regrown. True. Not true. Just gonna knock those stupid ass flies off again. I don't know why it does this. So annoying. If I add a custom event, regrown logic. We can replay this. Not that, whatever that is. Audio cue, B's. We'll delete it from the trees, or just revert the trees, probably. He's smarter than. Okay, on interact. Yeah, but interact is only functional. We only want it to play when the player successfully interacts. That's the thing. Because we have interact, right? Is interactable. False goes nowhere. But the player still is triggering this. Another event, custom interact logic. Is this actually gonna fire though? That's... This is my question. Is this actually going to fire or not? I need to force the beehive to come back pretty quickly too. Growth cycles, 1. Yeah, it fires, okay. Okay. I didn't think it would. We're okay. Okay, custom interact logic, audio. Do we stop playing it? And then just play it? I mean, is it that simple? I'm just curious if what happens when I'm outside the range. Okay. One thing I'd like to check, and there's no reason it shouldn't function properly, but what happens when I just want to check if the other beehives are working properly too, like when I collect this one, you know, just better safe than sorry, right? That's good too. We can because we put that logic on the parent too. We can use that whenever we want for other things. Okay, working. Beehive solved. Next up would be our like pickup sound. I don't know what sound we want to use for it. I'd prefer it to be really non-intrusive. Something kind of not loud, not too quiet, but just here's a sound that makes it sound like you're picking up a flower or whatever, anything, whatever. It doesn't have to be too specific. Just a pickup sound. What do I even search? Even hear? Right. That didn't sound like leaves. I don't know what the fuck that is. You know, I'm thinking of it just like a Red Dead 2 is a good example of when you pick up and you hear like a quick snap. It's very I don't even know how to explain it. Very quick, shouldn't be more than like a second or two in length. I can even cut one of these up if there's a good part of it. These are loud as shit. These are so loud. These are not properly mixed. Let's see. Pickup sound effect. I don't know. Maybe there's something good out there. Paper collect. Not, not that one. Not the one I'm using. I mean, some of these aren't bad, but it's like paper. Paper. What paper? These? It's not bad. These aren't bad. They aren't bad. They don't really sound like you're picking up a plant, though. It sounds like somebody crumpling paper. Pick up plastic object. No. Cat being picked up. Excuse me? The fuck was that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, you know, I've had cats for like 30 years of my life. Not once have I ever picked up a cat and it sounds like... Not once. Collectible video game sound compilation. Suck. Ask. And these would make better footsteps. You have to imagine, you know, you're going up, you're just quickly collecting something and moving on with your day. It's we want something just quick and not intrusive. Especially, you don't want something that takes you out of that nature experience, right? So something that sounds like leaves or plants in general would be very good. This could work. I feel like this actually could work. I just need to cut them down a bit. Yeah, something like this is pretty decent. And we can either use multiple and we can randomize it, or we could just change like the pitch of it randomly when the player picks something up. That could work. That could work. Let's see if we can grab another one. Got like a metal sound to it. Those two are fine. Two are fine. Yeah, those are fine. Export audio. Multiple files, tracks. Export. Works. Let's organize these a bit better too. Okay, pick up desktop. Create queue, a pick up one queue, pick up two queue. Or would we do a single queue and just randomize? Probably just randomize. Sound effects. Not looping. Delete this. Use pickup. So I think what we can do is on the core pickup item, the collectible ingredient, we'll do we always want this to play, so I don't want to put it in like custom. We'll just put it before we hide the tooltip. Play sound 2D. Sound up Q. Owning actor. Let's get the player character as the owning actor for that. We can randomize the pitch as well. Random float and range between 0.7 and 1.3. That way we'll get a random sound and it'll be randomized in pitch to give more variation. We'll see if it works. How loud it is. There's a slight delay on it. But it is working. I think it sounds okay. Yep. The delay is easy, I just need to get rid of any white space here. that overwrite the sound assets? Let's see. No, it did not. Shite. Yeah, I can fix that. There we go. Is it a little silly? Sure. Is it acceptable? Sure. It is what it is. Alright, let's see if we can get a waterfall or something. Waterfall. Small mountain, waterfall, nature sound, calm, river ambience. It would be nice to have a waterfall loop. I mean, if it's long enough, it's fine. It's gonna be loud as shit, isn't it? I mean, it does kind of fade out, which I don't really want, but... It actually doesn't sound terrible. Alright, I'll try it. We need to convert it to wave, though. I'm gonna delete some of the white noise. Oh wait, should loop it a bit better. Yeah, brain fart. Not really sound effects, is it? It's more like we do have ambient sounds. It's fine for now, though. What it is. Make a queue. Free queue. A waterfall queue. Jesus. Calm down. Hell. Might be a little loud by default. Now, I could probably just throw this sound cue into the world. Honestly. And we will adjust its attenuation here. Let's see. This is gonna have the same problem too, I think. Where it will be hearable inside here. I don't... Well... I mean, it's a waterfall, like... We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm sure there's some way. There's some volume. I don't know if it's an audio volume or what. We'll shove all the volumes down there. But I think that's a pretty fair range to be able to hear the waterfall, right? I don't run into a lamppost. There's one issue. Which is that it's a 3D audio source coming from here. So when you're close to it, it doesn't actually sound like it's coming from here. You know, I'd like to have... I don't know if I can set it up this way, but I'd like to have one on, or like 3 of them, one in the middle and then one on each end, so that it's, I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I do. I do know how to do that. Of course I know how to do that. That is the... We'll just do the audio spline so that it follows the player a bit. Looping sound, waterfall. Pick interval of 0.1. And because it's using the Q, it should have the same attenuation. It should work. Should solve that issue. Test it out. The music is a bit loud. For me, the ambience of this game is really what sells it. So, or you know, one of the selling points is just to relax in nature, right? Oh yeah, that's 100% better. I don't know if you guys are getting left and right channels for audio output. It should be much better. It follows the player instead of moving this way. Gives it a much more natural sound. Hey Wormius, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I don't know if you've been lurking for a while. Game sound is nice, but much louder than your voice. It is very loud, yeah. I apologize. I haven't adjusted the default settings in that. Let me do, you know what, let me do that. It's starting to bother me too. Are we using the music view? Let me check. Just joined? Well, thank you for mentioning that. I will fix that now. Let's see. We are using music cue, right? No. Overriding the volume multiplier. Let me set it to 0.5. If it's properly overriding. Yeah, that does sound better in that regard. For me, it was the music that was just blaringly loud. And the ambience, too, is a little bit. So annoyed by the visual scripting blueprint thing when I tried Unreal. Are you more like a traditional programmer? You need your Visual Studio. Or your Atom, or whatever you use. Because for me, it's the opposite. For just text. Oh, shit. Yeah, see just raw text overwhelms me. And visual scripting was everything that I needed. I was like, finally I can make games. You know what, let me set this back to 1. And what I'll do is I'll just set the default values to 0.5. Yo, you ever used or heard of Godot for game design? Yeah, Godot's a great engine. It's getting a lot of updates. I think that it's one of the best engines for 2D and even starting to do some 3D stuff now. I've not ever made a game in it. I have loaded it up, but I have never made a game in it. But if you're wondering, like, do I recommend it? Yeah, 100%. Especially with recent, like, Unity pricing schemes, right? You're currently developing in Godot? It's a pretty awesome engine. I also prefer to use the command line interface over silly little buttons. Damn, dude, you were hardcore then. But that, I mean, Godot for you then is perfect, I imagine. Godot. It's technically Godot, but I think it's more of a GIF versus GIF sort of thing. A little bit quiet by default. I need to set these to default half. Well, I can fix that. Like the approach they take, and I did eject myself from Unity. Can't blame you. Can't blame you. That was absolutely absurd what they did. UE5 lover, but my wife had to do a game for a college class in it and hated it. Was curious about third-party perspective. She wants to make an open-world survival craft and was going to do Unreal Sensei. Who would you recommend for mastering UE5? Okay, so I'll show you something. I'll show you a very good reason why I would recommend Unreal for a open world survival craft. This, I know it's expensive, but it frequently goes on sale for half price, and it is a full survival RPG system in Unreal. Like crafting, leveling, building, combat, everything that you need to start, and then modify it from there to your liking, right? Or just, I know maybe you want to learn some stuff on your own, but it's still good to look at something that's already made and just build off of that in your own way, or to recreate it from scratch. And this is absurdly good. Character customization, it's got it all. Minimap, inventory, trading. I think it's also multiplayer too. I could be wrong on that. And a quest system. Yeah, I can link that. They do have a pricing history actually. And I know it was just on sale for half off recently. Doesn't say that though. But yeah, I mean, if you're just wanting to create a survival crafting game, I can think of a better, usage of $350, or when it's on sale, $175 than this. Can I link the person I was going to get and get your opinion? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I don't block links in chat. Go for it. Smart Poly Teachable. Create a complete multiplayer survival game for Steam. $60. Drag and drop inventory system. That is pretty difficult to make. If you can learn that, 100%. Complete crafting system, that's pretty nice. Sonia Place, thank you for the follow.
We're going shopping.
Oh shit, we're going shopping? Let me take a look at this.
Ah,
Good morning.
We're Hamilton, thank you for the follow as well.
heard anything about any,
Oh, that'd be your wife?
bounty
Okay,
hunters in
perfect.
these parts?
Welcome, guys.
I couldn't say.
Well, thanks for nothing, idiot.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
Hello and welcome to the ultimate Unreal Engine 5 multiplayer.
Well, thank you for
First,
welcoming
still
me.
in early. However, to walk you through, it just got released.
Okay, so I can't really play much of these because they're they're locked, right? But I don't think $60 is a terrible price to spend for all of these things. There's no doubt that these are, if the quality is good on these videos, yeah, there's a lot to learn here. 100%. I will say if you're wanting to save the money or if money's tight, you can probably find tutorials for most of these things just on YouTube somewhere, right? Can you show her the one you recommended? Yeah. So this is not a tutorial, but it is a full package. So if you wanted to build your own world and system from this, you can, right? So this is going to teach you how to make it, which is arguably as important or more important than buying a pack with all of it from scratch, right? Gonna make our own game after she graduated university. I mean, I almost would say that both of these things would be useful, right? Not only learning how to make a lot of these things on your own, but also, you know, having some systems that you can work off on your own. I think rather than knowledge and the assets, yeah. Yeah, I can 100% understand that. We've done some of this stuff on stream as well, and you know, there's always a way to learn from other like streamers or other YouTubers. But I mean, $60. Even if this tutorial is just okay, I don't think that I would be upset with spending $60. And you'll have to forgive me if I sound a bit weird. I'm getting over a sickness. I was sick for like a week. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad for $60. If you had to pay the full price at $400, I'd be like, go to YouTube. You know, learn it separately. Wormius, thank you for the follow. You heard of Unreal Sensei? I have not. I don't think I have. If it's like a YouTube channel, send me the channel and I can see if I've watched any of those videos. This is pretty nice though. Course is meant to be great, but it's spendy. These ones? Unreal Sensei? It's Master. Oh, ironically, the sale ends in exactly 24 hours since I clicked this page. And it saves cookies, too. Classic. Single payment of 400. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, I've spent thousands of dollars on my own career and education, right? So I can't say anything bad about this. Other than that, I don't know what it looks like, so I just can't vouch for the quality. But for the price and what it mentions, it's, you know, it can teach you. I can't see any reason why it would be a bad investment. I don't know where you live and how much money you make, but this isn't a bad price. You could try you're in Australia? Okay, so it's not too bad. I'm in Poland. It's a bit expensive. $400 is a bit pricey. If you guys have Discord, there is the Unreal Source Discord. It's pretty massive. I think it has like 50,000 people in it. You could ask somebody in chat and just see if they've used it. Oh, you're from the States? You also leave? Yeah. I mean, I really love the U.S., but I would not live in a big city. Put it that way. I come from the suburbs, and if I move back, I'm gonna move back to the suburbs. But I moved over here because it was better for my career to gain more experience, and because my fiance lives over here. So, like, yeah, let's do it. First time moving out of my parents' house. I move overseas. What could go wrong? Not be moving back to the US. Australia's too dope. No worries. Australia's pretty cool. I'm a fan of spiders and reptiles, so. Wife is Australian, we did the same thing. I get it. Yeah, I think I'd move back to the US at some point. But, suburbs. Yeah, I mean, especially the cities. It's really the cities that just overwhelm the statistics. Once you get out of them, like 1 hour outside of the big cities, it's pretty nice. That's true, yeah, animals-wise, yeah. Suburbs of St. Louis, scary area. Okay, I mean like small town or like village. Even further away. Maybe suburbs wasn't the right way to put it. But yeah, St. Louis, dude. I've seen the statistics of that city. I've been there a couple times, and you know what? I stay around the downtown area. Because I'm from Wisconsin, so. We went to the Arch and the fireworks shows a lot. 30 minutes outside the city, okay. Even further than that. Squash a spider, too. I like my spiders. No, this looks great. I can't say anything bad about this. But yeah, definitely check the Unreal source. Just checking like the general chat. Maybe somebody has used it and could give you a recommendation. So Sonia, you're in university right now for game dev. Is it like just a general game dev course, or is it game design, or what are you hoping to do once you get done with that? Apart from make your own game, which is pretty cool. I want to do level environment design. I've been doing so much game art, etc., and I'm not an artist. Me neither. See all these pretty things? I made exactly 0 of them. Her and I are very much the same. We love placing assets in the world and make the world dope. That's awesome. Yeah, it's, you know what? I'm not like a level artist or level designer, but there is a certain serenity to just placing things, just placing the trees, the happy little trees. It's fine, okay. I need to figure out how to cull the sounds though down in the cave. But I guarantee that those are gonna be hearable down there. Hi, is this Unreal? Yes, it is. Hi, FPO. How you doing today? Can make my own assets if I have to, but I'd rather not. I don't think there's anything wrong with specializing and going to other sources to obtain the things that you can't do, right? If you tried to learn how to do all of it on your own, which would be cool and wonderful if you could do that, but 1 in a million people can handle that, and you would spend the next 10 years, you know, learning how to do a little bit of everything, but then mastering very little of it, in my opinion. Like even this, you know, we're building a prototype so that I can pitch it to a publisher and build a team, you know, people that are much more specialized and experienced at doing things that I don't have experience doing. Only made 2 open worlds in UE5, but I switched my career path to cybersecurity. Game design is a lot of fun, though. I'm sure cybersecurity, though, pays a lot better and is way more relaxing than game dev. Fully agree, it helps your portfolio too to have a skill set. Yeah, it's looking good, so good right now. Well, thank you. This is the first like open level I've made ever in Unreal. I'm, mostly like a systems and technical designer, so I do a lot of prototyping of systems, but building worlds I had no experience doing. Scale of 1 to 10, how hard would you say blueprints are for open world survival crafters? For something that utilizes so many different systems, I think that the challenge you'll find with an open world survival game is just organizing all of the code and blueprints efficiently. Make sure that you're using interfaces, you're using function libraries, you're making modular code that, especially if you're doing multiplayer, which is, double the complexity in a lot of ways. You want to be very organized. Prefer to specialize in programming. I drew some pixel art and that was fun, but coding is more my thing. Coding's pretty cool. And you'll make a lot of money from that, for sure. Can't over-organize? Yeah, true. But, I mean, for prototype, so, I'm sure that you've learned in school, right? That, going from your prototype to your first playable to your vertical slice, it's really good to, in my opinion, to throw out everything from your prototype and first playable, or not to throw it out, but to separate it and build a vertical slice in a separate project entirely. And that way you can do things a bit dirty for your prototype to quickly test if the game is fun, and then say, okay, that's on its own. Now we make the project for real from scratch, utilizing proper code structure and blueprint organization. But it's a lot more overhead. I just think it's better to do it that way so that you're not building on top of really disorganized, trashy, quickly implemented solutions, right? Didn't you do Unity stuff a few weeks ago? No, I've never done Unity on stream. I only touched Unity once, about like 11 or 12 years ago. And then I immediately switched to Unreal Engine 4 when it came out. I hated Unity. I don't know. I need to like cull the audio. Cull distance volume. Unity is fine, Godot is the worst. It's amazing. I mean, Unity is probably better now than it was 12 years ago, right? I don't want to piss off the Unity people. But Godot is getting better. It's getting better. Unity is so heavy. Is it? I did watch some videos regarding game. Yeah, I like watching game design videos and arguing with the people. It has to get better. It's the only direction that's possible. That's true. That's true. Alright, I'm still a bit sick. Used Unity since 2015 and I quite liked it from the get-go. I think it's only gotten better. That's probably true. It definitely, like, the era before Unreal 4 came out, that version of Unity, I hated. And I found it way harder to just prototype bare bones level in game. And in Unreal, I just loaded it up and I could get started, and blueprints made it so easy to reach bare bones level of functionality, right? How quickly could one make an idle clicker game on UE5? Define the scope, because you could do it in a day. I mean, with bare bones functionality of clicking and getting some things, you could do that in like an hour. It was better for my use case, even ignoring the sus policy change. Did Godot have weird policy changes recently? I found they were both equally good in that regard when I was working with them in 2018. Okay, that's fair then. You guys can speak for Unity because you have way more knowledge of that than me. reverb. Do this. Ambient zone. There's probably the ambient zones. Ambient zone volume. Where do I find that? I have ambient sound, but I don't know what an ambient zone volume is. Oh, it's the audio volume, it's just an ambient zone property. Drag one out and see what it does. Stuff like Cookie Clicker, etc. Roblox has a lot of games like that too. Tycoon type games. I feel they're easy to games to make probably. I will say Unreal specializes in 3D. Creating 2D stuff is possible, but you'd probably have less support. And I mean, there's so many types of, okay, so there are a lot of people who have like proprietary engines, or they work in Unity, or they work in Godot, but they prototype in Unreal just because the speed at which you can get to a baseline. Yeah, I agree that Unreal is like overkill for that to some extent. But it's still possible. It's just that there's a lot of like back-end Unreal stuff that runs all the time, which makes it very difficult to put into like a mobile space, especially like on phone. There's too many subsystems running that you would have to disable, and even if you did, you'd still probably have more overhead than if you built it in a more lean engine, I guess is a good way to put it. Yeah, I think like there might be some better choices for an idle game. But you could still make it in Unreal. It just would have more overhead than if you made it in a different engine. And what is this audio? What do I do with this? Ambient zone settings. The desired volume of sounds inside the volume player is outside the volume. Third volume of sounds outside the volume when the player is inside the volume. I don't know exactly how this works. Let me load up the content example map. I mess with the Roblox game editor. I have not. I would say like the most capable level editor I ever messed around with was Little Big Planet on the PS3. That level editor was insane. I remember about Roblox was when the Shut Up and Sit Down team did an expose about how terrible it was for developers. I didn't know anything about that. Issues with Unity all come down to the policies. I think for me, the policies and the fact that there are two versions of the engine. There's a Chinese version of the engine which has, I believe, a ton more technology that they probably stole from Unreal. Alright, let me load up the audio. I'll figure out how these ambient volumes work. I made a link to the video, it's pretty comprehensive. How long is the video? looping. Okay, I think at the end here we have those interior and exterior. Please don't be loud.
Bravo 29er, this is HQ. Signet found the vehicle's transponder, sending cord.
An ambient sound is placed inside the audio volume and one is placed outside. Outside act. How are those set up? I like that particle system actually. So it is a sound cue actor. And then it's a reverb volume. So it's not an ambient volume. And that. Only 22. The problem with me is a 22-minute video turns into like an hour and a half. I'm terrible. Terrible with that. By the way, if you do load up Unreal, check out the content examples. It's a free pack that has examples of all the features that you have in Unreal. And it's kept up to date for every single version of the engine, so a lot of people don't know it exists. I highly recommend taking a look at it. You can send it. I will say though, because we had these sick days, sadly, I'm gonna be pretty focused, I think, on development up until Digital Dragons. I may have to put off everything except for development and then our Kickstarter day. I guess I can just try this. We'll just see what happens. Are you, Discern, are you on the Discord, by the way? Because you can throw it in the React channel. Otherwise, I can just paste it there for myself. Maybe. I can put it there for you. Just so I don't forget it, because I have a very bad memory. Constantly bumping up against the server limit? Holy shit, how many servers are you in? What is the server limit? Weird time. Time over which to interpolate from the current volume. Desired LPF frequency cutoff. I don't even know what that means. Max for free is 200. Jesus, 200? You're in 200 servers? My man, what you doing? Let me just hide the landscape. Gotta advertise my game fair. I haven't done any advertising yet. The problem with this is I feel like it will push out of the map a little. Bad. It seems to cover everything. I don't know what that sounds like though. Project's a way bigger scope than mine. That's true, it does. It does. I have to send over the new budget to producer today. It's still scary. I don't think I'm gonna be talking to the right people at the conference for this. The scope of this game. I don't know how to put it. Like I'm going to be meeting some people in person, but then I'm going to be sending the pitch and build to many other publishers. It's still a lot of money. Yeah, I'm going to a conference to pitch the game. I'm really looking forward to it. But I mean, the ambient volume to me only really works for ambient sounds. Right? Came from a convention over the weekend. I heard there was one in Croatia that sounded pretty cool. I didn't know it existed, but I might have to go next year. They're apparently pretty big. But I don't know if it's just for developers or if it's for B2B as well. Desired volume of sounds outside when the volume outside the volume when the player is inside the. Let me set this to 0. Just see what it does. US convention that also has an online version. It wasn't GDC, was it? GDC was in March. Like, I can still hear things. Let me limit that. I mean, I suppose I could have a... What could I do for this? Like, if I have a sound attenuation class, perhaps I could set that to... Let me try this. I don't know what to append. What water attenuation? No, the two issues we have are with ambient sounds playing from... Okay, I think I know how to do it. Fuck the volume. Nobody cares about the volume. Nobody wants to see the volume. Where is it? Get rid of it. That right there, delete. I will make a separate blueprint. It's going to be a little bit shady how I do this. I don't like to do it this way, but... Blueprints. New folder. Audio. Controller. Such a dumb way to do it, but it'll work. Let's make a box collide. New variable B. Silence outside. Default off. Fine. Event graph. When the player. Begin overlap. Other actor. Equals. Get player character. True. Silence outside. Want in a lurk mode? No worries. You can use our micro raptor lurk emote. Free. You are a follower. Because why should I require you guys to pay money to get... That's not a lurk Everybody wants a lurk. Okay, I'll make a lurk command, okay? I promise I'll do it. I promise I'll do it. I didn't know everybody wanted a lurk command. But I have had like 3 separate people say that I should get a lurk command. I've never used it. I'll do it. I promise I'll do it. Silence outside true. This is gonna be really kind of bullshit, but it'll work. What's this called? Ambient time of day. Get actor of class. Get music. Adjust volume. Let's do 5 seconds and adjust volume level to 0. Fade curve linear. Let me test that. Test music and test daytime ambient. You want to do the same thing. Actually, instead of doing a branch, I'll just do a select. Problem solved. Select. Lurk command is so counterproductive. You lurk because you don't want to interact. I don't know, people want it. I mean, it's easy to make, right? I do have to make a bot account, though. Alright, let's test this. I'm gonna set music to 0. Now, when I enter the cave, Nothing will happen because I forgot to place the blueprint there. Hold on. Didn't work. Oh, it's because I didn't set the boolean to true. Great test. Where is it? All right, silence outside true. Now we test it. This should simulate the ambient sounds getting. Yeah, it works. And then we will duplicate this. Let's test it. Okay, that works. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? It could be. Hold on, let me think. What could it be? Let me tick them first. Okay, let me do this. Let's untick. Just grab these, print the volume, get volume, multiply. Yeah, why is that not working? Well, we're not adjusting the volume multiplier, so I don't know what then this is doing. Playback volume. It could be that the same thing is happening with the audio cue on this, where the virtualization is basically deleting the sound when it hits 0. Just say restart. I'll just tell it to play when silent. See what happened. Wrong location. It could also be that this isn't getting hit. I'm gonna put it on the side and I'll just watch it. Is the right one? Oh, I don't know why it does the same thing to the... Fine. Music. Silence outside fall. Just fall. I mean, it should replay the ambience. I don't know why it isn't. I don't want to buy viewers bots. Why do you think I want to? Hey Datu, how you doing? Sorry, I had you covered on my other screen with this. Instead of adjust volume, yeah, but I like adjust volume because it fades, right? To be famous. Oh, there's a pretty funny tweet on X. There was a funny X on X over the weekend where some guy was bragging that he had 100,000 unique viewers or something, and only 30 unique chatters, and I think plus 0 follows. It's because he was embedding, you know, it's what like Effects for Life used to do. It's like, yeah, I just finally crossed 100,000 unique viewers. And he wasn't even upset that he was embedding. And then his account got suspended on Twitch. Funny. The only thing that I can think of is that when the player is exiting and feeling like playing RuneScape again, but that requires membership. You should play RuneScape again. Varlamore is pretty cool, especially the Hunters Guild. I went up from 92 to 93.5 Hunter in not too much time. It's pretty fast. The new quests are pretty nice as well. One's outside. The only thing that I can think of is that this is overriding this. And because the volume is already at 1, it just ignores this and then runs this. But then if it should do the same thing in reverse. Let me try something. Bottled water has expiry date in shops. No. I will say, I came back today. You know, I've been away for a week, and let's just say the things that were floating around in that were not something I wanted to drink. Thinking of just buying a year membership when I get a job when I'm bad at interviews. Me too. The year is definitely worth it though. Okay, so this adjust volume is not working when the player... It's weird. It works when the player hits this one, but when the player hits the one with false, it doesn't. Could it be deleting the audio component when it's... Or does the value have to be higher than 1? What is the volume level on that? It could be 1%. We might need to set it to 100 or something. Let's try 100. See that. I'm too honest to a fault. I don't think lying on interviews is good though. I know people that do that. I wouldn't do that. I've never done that. I don't know. Water itself wouldn't go bad if it's in a glass bottle, but the plastic degrades and gets mixed into the water. Yummy. Microplastics. My favorite. Okay, 100 is way too much. Thank God I pressed escape in time because that is... No, it should be 1. Go freelancer, screw interviews. I try to just be honest and humble. You know, when if people are like, oh, you know, you sell yourself up too short. It's like, well, it's better that than appearing like an egotistical asshole, right? It's like we clearly crossed the 1 threshold here, and it doesn't change the volume at all. So it is 1, but somehow setting it to 0 here, and then trying to go back. It doesn't work. It's doing something when set to 0. I'm thinking it's deleting the component. You know what we could do is when the player begins overlap, we'll just play a timeline that adjusts the volume multiplier instead of the whatever this is, because I feel like this is causing the issue. And every small job you need to get has an interview at the start. But I shouldn't say things like haven't had much luck with getting jobs elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why that would not be a good thing to say. I mean, you could just say like, look, I need the job, I need the money. I'm willing to work. You know, you could even say, yes, I'm desperate for a job, but it's just because I need the money and I'm willing to work. You want somebody to do your job, you have me. I may need a little help, I may need a little training, but if you can provide that, you'll find that I can do your job no problem. You could phrase that and tell them, I think this would be a perfect fit for me right now. Yeah. I'm desperate, so I'll do anything. Like going up, we can do tiny, low-paying contracts at first, and then you grow. But it depends on what your specializations are, right? Let me make a timeline. Adjust volume. And we will make this a float curve. Where's float? New track. Float track. And we'll just do a key 0, 0, 2. One. Just turned down for a job at a prison, even the place that is usually most desperate for people. What was the job, though? Prison guard. Be pretty dangerous. Correctional officer. Well, I think they probably want somebody with previous, like maybe previous law enforcement, right? Because if you're in there with the prisoners, they, you know, I mean, I don't know what you have, so I don't know if you do or don't, but what would I know? I've never been a correctional officer. I'm just assuming things here. Can I rename that? Okay, on begin overlap. Get branch. Play from start. Reverse from end. Silence outside true. Needs to be reversed from end. On update. Do this way. I think it depends where you work, right? Like I think some people like, I don't know, supermarket, right? I feel like they would say, if you said, you know, look, I just need the money. I know I haven't stocked shelves before, but if you can just train me and show me where to put things, I'm good. I feel like that'd be pretty fair, right? They're not really gonna say, oh, well, we were looking for somebody who had more passion for the job. Need sleep, no worries. Just stay positive. Took me, you know, I spent like a year. I know it's a bit different, but I spent like a year between game development jobs and didn't get anything. And the only time I could get something was I had to move overseas. So, hundreds of rejections is what it is. And now I work for myself, so now I don't get any more rejection letters. Didn't even get hired as a shelf stocker. Dude, I mean, that's really fucked up. Yeah, I guess that's a good point, to just wage jobs. As long as you aren't a felon, or, you know, you haven't stolen from supermarkets in the past, they're like, can you do the job? Okay, here it is. It's because it's easy to fill the job, right? Variable, music. Never had a job interview. You never had a job interview? Grades? What the fuck are you talking about? Did you immediately like turn 18 and just work for yourself? I mean, I'm not laughing because it's a bad thing, but that's definitely not something you hear often, right? I don't know why I have music ref on here. I don't need the music ref. Just need the ambient. For now. get daytime ambience, volume multiplier. And that should, over the course of 5 seconds, update that. We'll see how it works. Yeah. Right. Doing it backwards? Oh, I guess you know, we need to grab the volume multiplier first. That's what the issue is. 'Cause yeah. Yeah, I know what the issue is. Volume multiplier, get volume. What if I just do a lerp? Basically, if the volume multiplier is already 1, we set the time to 5 and just play. And instead of reverse from end, we just reverse. Let me try that. Got 18, started working at road construction. Nice. Didn't need to know much of anything, all on-site training, which is fucking great. Doing that for over 20 years now and still like it. That's really awesome. I do find that a lot of the physical vocations, I guess, like construction, welding, any industrial, usually there's much better on-site training than with most tech jobs. Tech industry is ruthless as hell. I kind of hate it for that reason. Like if I went to any... Okay, I'm underneath the ground. Wonderful. If I went to any manufacturing plant or something and I got a job there, they would absolutely give me on-site training. No doubt. Tech jobs? You better have that first. Working properly? I mean, that feels like it should work. Okay, silence outside is false. Play, but it's gonna grab volume multiplier of 1, which means it's gonna be B. So it's gonna set it to 5. Basically, it's just going to set volume multiplier already at 1. Hold on. This pissed me off. Kind of need to know what you're doing in tech and construction. You just need arms and legs. Yeah, but I also think that, I don't know. I've worked in, I've done stuff in factories. Like I've done, I don't even know what the term for it is. I've done manual labor jobs, I guess, is the way to put it. And the people that you work with are usually incredibly nice and intelligent and very willing to help you. Tech, it's hit or miss. Again, I don't know how to put it, but you not need to be accurate in building a road. That sounds dangerous. But I think that they would just oversee it, right? Maybe I'm weird about that. Oh, it's because we don't set new time. We need to hold on. We need to do this first. I don't want to do a sequence though, because a sequence will execute them regardless of. It does them at the same time. So I think like can a multi-gate do that? It executes them in order. I could do it on tick. Oh, I don't like this, but it might be fine. The actor's gonna tick anyway, so it's not really a expensive operation. Yeah, yeah. Them ones drop out quite fast from road construction. I've seen many people who only last a week until they give up or let go. They're dumb or lazy. I think there might be some people who just think that they can handle it, but okay, hold on. We might have it working. Hey, it's working. I have mimicked ambient. Five seconds might be too long. I could do it this way. Let's see. Change this to time 1, value 1. Set the track length to 1 second. Make a new variable. Float will be fade length multiplier. Instance editable. Default value 5 seconds. On begin play. Get the timeline called just volume. Set timeline play rate. And then we'll set the B to the fade length there. Yeah, the wrong expectations. That's what I was thinking too. Okay, that way we can set different fade length multipliers for each volume. And what I'll do is, when entering, we'll fade over 2 seconds. And exiting, we'll do 2 seconds as well. Much faster. Good noodles for arms. I mean, I feel like you would grow muscles pretty quickly though, right? But being able to lift, I don't know, 40, 50 pounds is probably smart before you get started. Why is that now suddenly not working? What did I break? Oh, I know why. I know why. That shouldn't be hooked up there. Oopsies. Means we don't need a lerp. And this one is too fast. I'm going to change this back to 5 seconds. Sounded better there. That rocking way, I would expect that tunnel to not be a place you can go through. Which one? This one? Don't badmouth my rock. Not 5, this needs to be 0.2. And this needs to not be 2, it needs to be 0.5. Look intentional. I mean, it's pretty big. You can see stuff behind it, right? Purpsons are worth usually weigh 120. Okay. Okay, it might sound a little weird if you... Actually, you know what? It's not bad. Not bad. It's a pretty good faking effect. God, it actually kind of scared me. I know I put this back here as a meme, but it did scare me for a brief second. It's like, oh shit. Monster. Yeah, that works. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is hook this up to the what am I thinking? The sounds of the river, the ocean. How much work left do you have to do until you have to go beg for money? That's a good way to put it. Right now I'm just in a phase of essentially cleaning up the project. So just minor things, small fixes for the next 2 weeks roughly. I may not take these days off, but I think that Wednesday and Friday are both days off in Poland. We'll see. I did miss some days here, so I might make up for that. And then this week is going to be no stream because I'm just going to be printing things out, talking with people, setting up like meetings, doing schedule preparation, and maybe sending out pitches to publishers that are not going to be at the conference. And then these 3 days are just going to be conference. I might do some streaming from here, but I have to test it from like my phone. I don't want to waste too much battery because I might need my phone for other reasons, right? Like contacting people. But it would be cool to do just a quick like 10-15 minute stream if I have the time. Just like, hey guys, here's the conference. We just talked to a person, you know, went well or it didn't go well. Yeah, I do have a pretty hefty little battery bank. 20,000 milliamps. Is that the right is that the right unit of measurement? I think so. I think it is. Audio control.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Rock and stone. Hey Zephyrus, how you doing? Funny, can probably charge 4 times. Yeah, I although I will be having a tablet there as well to show gameplay, so I want to balance it. I can charge it in between, you know, each night, so that's not a problem. But I want to make sure that I don't run out. The good thing is I'll be printing the pitch out on paper, so if I run out of tablet battery, it's not the end of the world, but I'd still like to be able to show gameplay that we have. To me, that's just as important as being able to pitch the game, of course. I'll bring my chargers too, worst case. I didn't have a problem last year with running out of batteries, so I don't think I'll have a problem this year either. Let's see. Maybe I'll get all audio splines. Oh, I don't know. I should be able to get references of things within the scene. For an actor within the scene? Like if I click on this one, where is it? Can I not get a reference to that? Not. Maybe not. Okay. Alternate option. In the audio spline, I will make a variable B can be silenced. And we will set that to instance editable. True. True. And in audio controller, I will do a for each loop. Get all actors of class. Audio. We're not going to have like a whole bunch of audio splines, so this isn't going to be a super crazy operation. And we will test can be silenced, not damaged. And if true, promote to variable, silence, double, line, array. There we go. That'll do it. Do you think the odds are for you getting funded there? Low. If I'm being honest. And I'm not a pessimistic person. I'm actually quite optimistic, but I think that the budget we're working with is pretty high, and the publishers I'm going to try and talk to might not be able to afford a game of such high budget. That's fine. This is a very like Polish centric conference, so I'm not going to have too many publishers to pick from, and the ones that I will be able to pick from are going to be, like I said, they may not have this kind of budget in their portfolio usually. So that's fine. I'm going to be sending it out to publishers worldwide, especially from like the US, where dropping, 4 million is like, okay, if the game's good, we can do it. No problem. Cutie pie, hey, Mr. V, how you doing? Oh. However, I have a couple of other things up my sleeve where I'm going to be, doing the pitch. And if they like the progress that we're making, if they like us as a company and they say, you know what, this looks great, we just don't have the money for it, I'll say, okay, I've proven I can make a game. Here are a couple of ideas that we don't have gameplay of yet. Do these, here's the estimated budget for these as well, nothing super crazy. What's your feeling on this? Because we can start to build up Cauldron Chronicles in the background with another smaller game in the foreground, and use, profits made from that smaller game or smaller games to help seed into the bigger one here, like Cauldron Chronicles. And that way, if we can get, like $1 million, that would be amazing, of our own money to help kickstart Cauldron Chronicles, we can absolutely make our vertical slice with $1 million. No doubt. And we can make a fucking good vertical slice. And then once we have that, we can go to the bigger publishers like Devolver or whatever, and we have so much more to play with, right? And something smaller to throw in is a good plan. I hope it is. It's going to be the first time I'm trying a pretty brazen move like that, but I do calculate estimated budget with a lot of knowledge, guessing, and hoping on prayer. That's not the right one. Hold on. So I made a quick little spreadsheet here to determine about how many people we'll need of different vocations and seniorities at which periods of development. And then I can use the salaries that I've estimated for, in this case, for hiring Polish developers, and we can get a pretty decent estimate of the total amount of money, which is about 11 million Polish zloty, so that's about 3 million US dollars. Set volume multiplier on that. We also want to do a for each loop. Can I get the audio component? What do we name it? Just audio. Okay. Get audio. Volume multiply. Output. You got this? I feel pretty confident about it. Good luck in this Shark Tank. I mean, it is kind of like that. I learned a lot last year from just pitching ideas, which is kind of embarrassing to do. But the people I talked to are very nice. They, seem to find a lot of interest in those ideas. I learned a lot about how to pitch and how much time I would have with it. got more experience talking to publishers, always a good thing. Now I can go back with something I know that I wish this were in better shape than it is. But I'm not unhappy with the shape that it's in. Especially having only put, 60 something days into the development of most of this. It could be worse. Okay, so this should work. Get the silenceable splines. Set volume multiplier. Yeah. Should do. Let's test it. Okay. Airpack dog's unwell. Oh god. Yeah, it's silenced everything that we wanted it to silence, like the waterfall and the river. So pretty. Thank you. Like, you can still hear it here a little bit. But I think it's a very acceptable fade. Especially for a prototype. Sound that was kind of lame. It works. It's something. It's a little bit of feedback, right? That you've picked something up. It would be kind of cool if we had a little like +1, or let's just say plus X number of things obtained or something. I could add that pretty quickly, actually. It'd be pretty easy to do. Yeah, but I think it's alright. The fade's pretty good. I want to put the fade down here in this cave as well. Mainly for the ambient sounds, because it's gonna lower the volume of the splines too, but we don't have any splines to worry about over here. But it's only 3 of them. But that'll just make it so that we can have like a general cave ambient. Get back in there. What you doing? Snails, man. You belong down there. Stay down there. You're gonna dry out. So we'll do the same thing over here. Fade length multiplier. .5. Silence outside. gonna be a little abrupt though, I think. Why did that turn back on? Oh, because these need to be backwards. Oh. Like, I think it'll be a little weird if you just pass the volume and stop. I don't think most players are going to do that, and I don't think the ones who do are going to care too much. If you just naturally walk through them because you don't know that they're there anyway, I think it's more acceptable. I think it's pretty decent. Okay. Okay. I don't really have any good cave ambient sounds, I think. Like, there is an ambient place, cave, dark, but it's like... What is this? I mean, it's so in the background that I guess we could do it. This dungeon loop is pretty decent. Work. Yeah, actually, those aren't that bad. I don't mind those. And we would essentially do the same thing, so we would... Based on the, silence outside Boolean here, we could tell the ambient time of day blueprint to play like certain cave sounds. That could work. Or we could just do a general audio volume. Let me try that. How do I do it? Reverb. Okay, but how do I tell which audio to use? Or is that not how it works? I guess it's the ambient sound because that would have attenuation. And then we can just make it a box. It does seem to override scale as well. Okay, so I can play a sound cue. Fall off. The problem is I don't know how it shows fall off, but how do I calculate the fall off based on the extent of the box? No. Ambience. Which one sounds better? This with maybe like some dripping sounds would be pretty damn good. Water dripping slow with echo. It's not that slow. Things I can apply reverb in this volume though, right? We could do an audio cue for. Well, let's get the waves in there first. Ambience. Let's pull in this and place dungeon 1. Use ambience. A cave. Two wave players. Dungeon. Dripping. Class. Sound effects. I mean, I'll make like a. I guess this could be like ambience, right? We'll put it in the sound effects. We can always just change the cue. We'll do a mixer. Now we should be able to put reverb on somewhere. I only see it here though. Maybe it's not in the cue, maybe it's in here. Attenuation, air absorption? What the fuck is that? What is air absorption? It does say there's reverb. I don't know. Okay. Put this down here and adjust the. Oh, I do. Okay, I see the fall off distance now. It was very big. Very big and hidden. Okay. Okay. Guess it's fall off distance directly from the edge of the box. Yeah. Oh, that's way too far. A little bit taller. That should be pretty good. I don't think that's poking out above here. No, no. No, we're good. We'll try that. The dripping is... Hold on. Okay, I do hear that dungeon track. It's very silent though. Which is fine. You know, we don't want it to be in your face. The dripping might be a bit... The dripping doesn't make sense if there isn't anything to drip, so... I don't know, fuck it. It's a nose drip. I mean, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind making some things drip. The only two things that we have that drip in here are a spline that only appears if there's rain. If I set this to be raining. Which we also have to make a separate slider for the weather sounds. I can't forget to do. Now those will automatically get cold in here because we've set up other volumes for it. But you can see there's this very light drip from the rock up there, which I think is pretty cool. I think it's pretty nice. It might be hard to see on stream. And then there's one over here. Although I wish you could hear these sounds. The real caves have a consistent frequency of drips. Yeah, like from some of the stalactites. Depends on the cave. Some caves are more wet than others. I've been in some pretty muddy, wet caves. Really wish you could hear that from here. think that's this one. I have a bunch of volumes around this area. Post process. That's the occlusion volume. It does affect sound occlusion. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I don't know if there's any way that I could force this. I don't really see anything. Yeah, I don't know. Not super important. Like, I feel like in this cave you would still hear some of the weather effects, but whatever. I could put the dripping sounds as just sound cues. Like, around here. Eh. Eh. I mean, it will be a bit silent inside the caves. Might be kind of sad. The only problem is we'd have to sync it up with the particle falling to some extent if we wanted to do like one of these slow dripping. It would look really weird if that sound was not synced up. We don't want to have this be spatialized. Because it's ambient sound, right? The thing is, the game isn't automatically going to enable rain. I'm not 100% sure on that, actually. Rain will only be overrideable with developer buttons, which everybody's going to have access to anyway. But it's a bit weird to hear, like, birds. During the rain. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I gotta take some medicine. Oh, I gotta show you guys something. I keep forgetting. You wanna see something cool? Okay. You'll have to let me cut off the tag of it though first. I keep forgetting. You guys ready for this? Now, I didn't think it would arrive so quickly, but it did. I made an official Microraptor hoodie. I think it looks pretty nice. Fuck yeah, right? And it has a smaller one on the front here. On the front left. A little pricey. But I like it. I like it. Pretty comfortable too. Nice and soft inside. I like my hoodies, my zip-ups. You look like you are somebody. I was thinking of getting a t-shirt too, and maybe some socks. Just decking myself out in Microraptor apparel for conferences. Microraptor underwear. Just in case anybody wants to take a look when I'm in the bathroom or something. It's like, I wonder how big his penis... Is that Microraptor underwear? They did have a thong. They had a thong, and I was pretty tempted. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, unfortunately, the one from last year, I got a apparently reputable place in the US to make it, and they botched it twice. It looked so bad. I wonder if I have a picture of it. Like, the colors looked terrible on it. Yeah, it's the front. I only have a picture of the front, and it doesn't look too bad. But it had like, I mean, this is how it came, right? I don't know if you guys can see that. But, it already looks worn. Like it's been, you know, washed 10 times or something. Right? It was just really low quality. It was pretty expensive. Thankfully, they, you know, I told them this the first time, and they're like, okay, we'll remake it. No worries, no cost to you. So they remade it, sent me the new one. The new one was like 5% better, but it was really the back, and I don't know if I have a good picture of it, but it just looked faded. It really looked like somebody had been wearing it for 3 years, and all the colors had pretty much gone from the logo. And they refunded me, thankfully, and I got to keep the 2 hoodies they made. So I guess I have really shitty backups if I need it, but this one was... Like, the colors are pretty damn good. And... yeah, it looks good. It smells a little bit like new clothes, but I don't want to wash it just in case, you know, it fucks up the logo. I was thinking of just like washing it by hand, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, this is nice. This is nice. It's gonna be pretty cool to show up in some official swag, especially if I can get like a T-shirt, because they were really fast. They had it printed, shipped to me within, I think, like 5 days. So I could get a T-shirt. Yeah, it was good. It was fun. I'm excited. especially because all the parties are really late at night. So this will be nice to have, just to stay warm in the evenings. This would be a lot of partying. Okay. I do kind of want some additional ambient sounds down here in the caves, but I don't really know what to do. Hey, Cuthbert. You're not going to be at Digital Dragons, unfortunately. Maybe next year. Did you see the? I got a new I got a new hoodie. You saw it? Because you remember the last one I had, right? Oh, you didn't? Okay, I'll show you the back. Do you remember the last one I got? And how faded and shitty it looked on the back? Like, it looked really bad. It almost looked worse to wear it than to not have it at all. This is how the back of this one looks. Oh wait, hold on, I can show you the... Like, a million times better, right? Actual colors. I can get you one made too if you want. I don't know if you like zip-up hoodies. Pretty comfortable. It's like, it's not too thick, but it's not too thin. Not sure. I can send you, what I'll do is I'll send you the link to the people that I got it from, and if there's anything that you want from there, I can just let me know. Because maybe it'll be cheaper in a bulk order, and if I want like a couple t-shirts or something, or some socks, some Microraptor socks, then we can just bundle it all in one order. I think this was, let me check the price. The price on this. That's the tracking. Yeah, it only took 3 days actually for them to finish it and then send it. It was 174. No, 157 zloty. I had a rebate. Which for a single printed custom hoodie, it's actually not bad. It's actually not bad. I think the ones that I got from the US place were $40, so it checks out. The t-shirts will be much cheaper too. T-shirts probably half the price at least. Do we have any I could do like an audio spline around this pool of water, but I don't know if I have any good sounds for it. I have like waves, but waves don't really fit. I would need like some ambient, just water. I don't think I have anything. really. I mean, no. It's a little bit barren down here, especially if there's no music playing. Just add a waterfall sound. Like, there is an ambient track playing. It's very hard to notice. And I'm okay generally, you know, with the cave being quiet. I just don't know if it's too... It would be better if we had footsteps, right? It's not hard to notice. Really? Same? Hey, Stope Doctor. Maybe it's just me then. I don't know. I will say I do have, like, the sound of 2 computers, so maybe... And, like, some air system. Maybe the white noise is kind of blocking each other out. It would be better if we had footstep sounds, but... Yeah, it is what it is. I could do a little bit of dripping. If we wanted to. From, like, this big rock. Yeah, footsteps with echo would be so good down here. Let me do some dripping, because maybe that'll help just to add in something, right? Let's see, blueprints. Can I force this to always be on? Nor weather state. Low frequency white noise, I like it. Tiny earpiece probably doesn't have the range to produce that sound properly. That's probably true. That's a good point. Tiny earpiece, you're a tiny ear. Don't worry, I can adjust the frequency at which these are dropping. I just want to get it. Well, I guess it would fall from the lowest one, right? So maybe just... Fuck that. Okay, let's see. Spawn rate per meter. No, we want... Maybe that's it. Yeah, that's not bad. I could try to sync it up. Can I do that though? It is a Niagara. I could do an event. If it's a Niagara effect, then I should be able to send an event, like spawn a sound when the drip hits something, right? Where is it then? It's filtered by Niagara emitters, Niagara systems. Where the hell is it? Where's the spawn? Oh, add Niagara particle system component. I see. Current emitter, drip emitters, and then it's attaching this to the spline points, right? I don't know if I could create an event then through blueprints for when it splashes. We just have to fake it then. We would just not give a shit about syncing it up. Is what I would do. Full stack web dev wanted to get into making indie games, more as a hobby to start with. Where do you reckon is best to start? How comfortable are you with programming? Like, for games? And do you feel more comfortable with C#, C++, but having to learn a new API? Or like Python, I would say. I think Godot uses Python primarily, right? But Godot supports C# or Python. Unity supports C# or Python. Somebody help me. Zero experience making games, some experience with Python. And you want to do it as a hobbyist. I think Godot is a pretty good place to start. Let me see. Godot supported languages. Oh yeah, it uses its own. It uses GD script. I totally forgot about that. Game Maker is also a pretty good place to start. 100%. Unity, C#, Godot, C# in a form of Python. I think either Unity or Godot. Also Game Maker. True. I mean, Game Maker's come a long way. Godot is free. I think Game Maker you have to pay for if you want Pro. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Those are both pretty great. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll just sync this. Can I force this to have reverb? Sound, cues, ambience. A low dripping. I'd avoid Unity though. Yeah, you know, I'm kind of on the same board with that. It's not a bad engine, but the way that they, I mean, especially if you're a hobbyist, you're not looking to make money, it's fine. If you ever do want to sell, I don't know, the management of that company is questionable. I will say too, if you're looking, you can use like Git or Plastic, are both really nice repository software that are free up to a certain point. Yeah, I think if you're just doing a hobby, you don't have to really care too much about it. The milk a hobbyist. It was pretty shitty PR. Like once you looked into the actual word, I think the wording was just also needlessly ambiguous. And if even once you delved into it and you learned that it wasn't that bad of a plan, you compare it to the wording of Unreal, and it's still terrible. Because at a certain point, the pricing of Unity was better than Unreal, I think for like smaller devs, or up to a certain point. I don't remember exactly what it was, but just the wording of it and ambiguity were so questionable. Yeah, the retroactive part was really bad. Maybe in the future put something out there for money, but I need to learn first. I think Godot is a really good place to start, maybe. And take a look, if you're doing something in Godot, you're probably doing something with 2D. Take a look at the Kenny's site. So he frequently puts this all-in-one package, which is only $20. How much is that really? But he sometimes puts this up for 100% free. And this has a ton of 2D stuff, icons, UI elements, sounds, prototype stuff. I mean, just a ridiculous amount of like all these 2D assets. Here's the 2D. All these 2D assets included in this bundle for $20. 100% recommend. Put the link in. Never gonna be an artist. Same. The Unity pricing stuff scares me, especially because you realize that there are so many games like Genshin is made in Unity. Think of how much they'd have to pay. And I mean, they can afford it, sure, but at the same point, Unreal's pricing model is so simple and easy to understand. First $1 million you make, keep it. Everything after that, 5%. Done. Just tell chatbot. Games like Genshin, they were yeah, I mean, you're right. Mega mobile games, yeah. I think all the big mobile games are made in Unity. Just because it's such a functional engine with a very low overhead. How do I put reverb on this? Do I have to override the attenuation for there to be reverb? Oh, maybe. That makes sense. Easy to publish, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I knew one person that published to app stores. What a horror story. I would never want to publish to an app store. Like Warcraft going crazy with their EULA after Dota was made. They felt they deserved some money for that stuff. I think even if it's a worse model for individuals, if the wording is more clear and leaves less to guessing, I feel like people are just generally more inclined to go with that. He's done. How do I adjust reverb for this? E5 How to make audio that echoes in Unreal Engine 5. Teach me. Master. Tutorial. Oh, reverb effect. Where do I place that? In the audio volume. I see. Okay. Reverb effect. Cave reverb. I don't know how to set any of those things. But I do have a volume here. Or did I delete it? Did I delete it? I think we deleted it. Somebody will tell me up front that they are going to rip me off, then I can respect the grift and go with that. But if they hide it all in complicated structure, yeah, 100% agree. Like, you can do this, but we're taking 10%. Like, well, that place only charges 5%, but it's like this whole bullshit, and the 5% is only applies to certain things, and then I'd have to do a bunch of paperwork. It's like, whatever, just take the 10%, let me do my thing. We'll set an audio volume then. Oh, it has audio. Okay, wait, hold on. There's like already some reverb settings here. Okay. Okay, that should work. Let's see how that sounds. We'll know for sure if we just hear it go in drip drip with echo. I forgot this rotates. Shit. um, okay, I'm just gonna make it like come out of the center or whatever. I don't hear the. I don't hear it either. First, let me fix the spline. Got this damn thing rotates. What's the lifetime on that? Let's say. Modify the wave fountain at echo. I mean, you're not wrong. Shut up. I'm learning. This is a learning exercise. Apply reverb. Volume, fade. No, don't open that. Shut up. Damn it, I closed the 2E5.
And welcome back to another Unreal Engine 4 and 5 tutorial.
Yeah.
And parameters for your reverb sounds.
Okay, how do I do it?
Here as well, but I'm going to use the one I made called RE New Cave, like so. And you can obviously increase the volume, so I'll set mine to 1, and you can change the fade time as well. The fade time is essentially how long it's going to take in seconds to fade when you enter in and out of this box.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to set that to a volume of 1. Maybe it'll be more hearable,
So if you have
audible.
audio playing as you walk into this area, it's going to take 2 seconds to fade from normal to reverbed.
Okay.
And if you're walking out, it will take 2 seconds to go from reverbed to normal, just so
Okay, make it 1 second then.
it has a nice smooth transition, not
Yeah.
a sudden. So you can have different rooms, have different audio. Inside of my character blueprint, I'm pressing 1 to just play the sound at location. Because again, this is a massive cave. I want it to reverb a lot. So again, I'll shut up and play it again. You can really hear the reverb there. And if I were to walk over here, what we'll hear is that we shouldn't have the reverb. If I keep doing it until we get too far away, we're no longer going to hear the reverb like so. And you also heard it did fade out as well. So if I keep doing it as walking in,
Sick beats going on here. Oh shit, it should work. I did everything the same way. I'll boost the audio a lot. I mean, I can hear it. It just isn't reverbing a lot. I'm pretty sure I can hear it. Maybe I'm just busting my own balls here, but I'm pretty sure I hear it. Enable reverb send. Audio volume. This is a good learning experience, to be honest. There is just a full cave. Maybe the cave one is better than the cave hall. I don't know anything about about audio. Like with anything audio related. Okay, I hear it. I definitely hear it. How do I hear it from the right? I have these things wrong. Oh yeah, I do. God damn it. I thought I had fucked something up. I have my my headphones in the wrong place. Like I hear it to the right when it should be on the left. Okay, that's better. Just like a waterboarding cave. That is so bad. I mean, the snails are pretty cute, to be honest. Okay, I mean, this helps give it just a little something additional. Okay, hold on. There's one small bug that I need to account for, and that's if the player jumps through this hole. We need to do an audio controller here. Okay, player jumps through here. We need to do a very quick fade to silence the outside. Ugh. Who placed this tree? Oh, it's gonna trigger me. I was fully immersed in this world until I saw that this tree was not properly fully in the ground. This one too. It's so unacceptable. Gross. Oh, thank God. Okay. We could even say that, you know what, I'll do this. I'm gonna upgrade the audio controller again. We're gonna go big dick in here. Let's use the volume as a lerp. As the alpha. Minimum allowable ambient volume. Instance editable. And that will be default 0, yes. But if we want this to, I think this is a bit more understandable. This cave, you can hear a bit of the ambient noises. And maybe even the other one too. We will tell it to nav mesh. Audio controller. Minimum allowable will be 0.2. Let's try. And that way we should get 20% of the ambient sounds within the cave. Doesn't sound like 20%, I'm gonna be honest. Working properly. Could be. Doesn't sound like it. The volume is just 0 to 1. It should do. What the fuck is going on with those? What? I think it was number 4 that I had selected. It's not set to loop. Oh, I know why. This, our tick. Honestly, that bug made a lot of sense. I don't know why I did it that way. I should have known that would bug that way. It only got down to 0.19. That's weird. I know why we do that. What do I want to do? Also, I keep forgetting I have to take medicine. I don't know what it does, but it's supposed to make me feel better. And it tastes good, so I'm gonna take it. I know you're not in scope. I know it. I'm actually really curious how this was even working before. This is so stupid. 5. Would be. This should be default 1. No. I'll fix that. I just want to test it. Fix the spaghetti, I promise. Let me test the spaghetti before I straighten the spaghetti. God, what did we create? Why would I ever put tick on that? So stupid. I didn't know it would send an update on set new time though. It is weird. I really have created a monster though, to be honest. Revert back to whatever we had before. I want to monitor this. Even with this terrible setup, should not have. How was this even functioning? Yeah, I don't really want... I don't really want that updating on tick. Could add a gate here. Let's do this. Test it. Monstrosity I'm making. I know the reason we did that. I just don't know if I can make it work. The issue is because we're triggering two of these at once. And they're both updating the same parameter. I mean, that's clearly the issue here. If volume multiplier is greater than 0 and we want to silence the outside play, one of those cases where even I've forgotten what I wanted to do in the first place. Adding logic for things that I don't even know why I had them in the first place. We have 2 volumes. Hey, August. Yeah, I'm finally back. I'm not 100% yet, but we're getting there. Will some farts make you better? Yes. 100%. So loud. I missed everything? What did I miss? What happened while I was away? Got your Steam page approved, that's pretty cool. I made a video about how I was sick on YouTube and it got more views than my VODs. That's what happened to me. That I think is just fucking hilarious. 364 views. 1 dislike. I can't blame him. Oh god, you got like the riffraff publishers offering you terrible deals. It's okay, just give us 50% after we recoup costs. What kind of what publishers did you get? I mean, but they didn't. Did they send over deals or did they just reach out? Because if they're not sending over deals yet, then it doesn't really. Because if you don't have a publisher on Steam, they will send you a lot of shit to try and get you. How they operate. Because they just want money. Fair enough, right? We wanted to play regardless, but we wanted to play from specifically. It's gonna be kind of weird, but I'll put a sequence. Small delay. Just enough time to set the new time. I feel like if I put my Steam page up, they do the same thing, and it's like, okay, here's my budget. Have fun. Yeah, you know what? That's a bit too much for us. The offer? What were their offers, though? Because usually when they do that, I've heard from people, they get a whole bunch of offers, and they're either terrible or the terms are terrible, too. We want rights to your IP. Alright, we want to do plane reverse. Silence outside true play. Verse. Should it be backwards? I don't even think you would have to. If you just want a publisher for porting, you should probably just hire a porting company. You'll get better results. Publishers are going to want to take a cut. And if they're reaching out to you like that, their terms are going to be terrible. They're going to ask for IP, they're going to ask for 50%, they're going to ask for recuperating costs before you make any money. Like if you have a decent game, it's not hard to get a publisher. It's hard to get a publisher with good terms. I was once working on one where we had like a dozen publishers reach out and they were all just terrible terms. Like, we'll publish the game, but you have to handle localization, you have to handle marketing. You know, all that's on your side. Okay, so what are you actually gonna do for me? Well, you get to be attached to our brand. You know, you'll get to be... You know, we'll make a couple posts about your game. Great. Thank you so much. Some nice ones that weren't really offering publishing you, but like a marketing partnership. I mean, maybe, but it depends on how much they're taking from that. Like, do you want to get marketing help with them for a fee of all the money you make, or do you want to hire a marketing firm to handle it, and they'll just take a flat amount, right? Set new tone. We try this. That might be better. Just be wary, because it can really give you a sign that your game's doing. And I'm not saying your game's doing bad, but this is how these publishing places are. It's vultures. They're all gonna take a cut of the pie, and you won't have any pie left. I'd want to know who the publishers are. That would be my main question. Because, like, are they nice, or are they just known publishers but offer terrible deals? Having Steam-based translations is good. They probably just ran it through ChatGPT, to be honest. Pretty shit. What all the places are doing now. I know a lot of localizers who are, at this point, they don't even do proper localization, they just do proofreading from AI. And get paid less because of it. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, well, now it's either Google Translate or just AI. They just run it through ChatGPT. And then they'll, like, use it to check. They'll use Google to check if it's decent. This should work. Now I can try doing the lerp. See how that works. What's the name of the company, though? 'Cause I can give some insight on different publishers. Not a lot of them, but some of them. Right one. Oh, yeah. When I was offering Fallout publishing, I looked up, they're kind of notorious for publishing simulate. Okay, so it's Playway. And yes, if you accept any publishing deal from Playway, guess how much pie you're gonna have left. Or they're called like movie games, either way, owned by the same people. Don't accept anything from Playway. If you actually like games. They're not gonna have a lot of money to work with either. As far as cuts go, I'm more concerned with the IRS. But you also have to know, is like a publisher going to take off of net profit or gross profit? Like I said, it's easy to get a publishing deal. It's hard to get a publishing deal that's actually good for you. I don't know why that's... outside. Auto withhold 30. 30 of net or 30 of gross? Net. Oh, you mean gross? 30 of gross. Dude. Yeah, 30 to Steam. I mean, 30 to publisher. Depends. That should be net. A lot of publishers who are going to reach out to you are going to have recuperation clauses. So, what's a good way that I could put this? Your game is, let's say, 15 bucks. You sell... You get a publishing deal for, let's say, 500,000. Which I think is, well, yeah, it's relatively fair for your type of game, right? So you're gonna have to sell, of course, without anything else considered. 33,000. 50,000 times 2 times recuperation. Do 0. I mean, I know I can just do 2.5. Oops. So focused on that. Divided by, I'll just type it in. 1,500,000 copies. Yeah, I mean, with recuperation clauses, and if you consider like some tax, you'd have to sell 100,000 copies before you even saw a penny with a lot of publishers. And I don't know if you have any competitors to line this up with. Do you have any competitors? What are your competitors for your game? Because that's what a publisher is going to want to know. That's one of the things publishers need to know, because they would want to know what you're up against and what your market is. Like, what's the size? What's your PPU, and how many units do you expect to sell? I've been asking you to look at my game for months. I mean, I can okay, let's think. Probably Nintendo. Yeah, I was thinking Nintendo, Zelda. I don't think so. You have similar market to Zelda, but it isn't necessarily a competitor. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Is your game open world, or is it more linear? I guess I'll just ask, like, is it linear or non-linear? Non-linear narrative puzzle game, right? What are the tags that you put on Steam? Adventure, exploration, cute. Still gonna learn about the game. Snufkin, actually not a bad... arguably not a bad comparison here. I mean, owner estimations are about 25, 30, 40 max. What's their PPU? $20 PPU, that's, yeah, about perfect. Let's see. If it was just on PC, and I don't think you would want to just release your game on PC, right? Because your game's pretty Switch friendly, for sure. More casual. So like Switch and console audience is pretty fair. However, console certification and porting is pretty expensive. Switch is probably the most worth it. Optimizing would be tough. That's true. Not impossible. Not impossible. I mean, if you're targeting 30 FPS on Switch, you can potato the game pretty significantly. But that's where you would probably you would hire a porting company, right? Experience working with Unreal and getting it to run shit on Switch. 20 PPU, 40 A. Let's say 30,000 fair. I think the best you would get for a publishing deal is probably the most they would offer is probably 100,000 to 150. If we use the 30,000 unit sale metric with a $20 PPU, I think your game would probably be $15 to $20 PPU price range. The amount of money you would see after, if you have a recuperation clause, you'd have to sell. They'd probably offer $50,000 to $100,000 for the offer, and you wouldn't see anything until after recuperation. And then, of course, then you'd have taxes and shit to pay. And you'd have taxes to pay on the recuperation, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't be much. I mean, if you know of any grants that would apply to me too, I'm gonna need some of those. You could reach out to Raw Fury though. I do know Raw Fury. I would highly recommend Raw Fury. And they'd probably be interested in your game. At least reaching out to them with what you have. But you would need to prepare a pitch deck and some elements of competition and marketing plans. And whether or not you want them to handle marketing or if you want to handle it. Things like localization, importing, if it's on your side or their side. If you wanted. As you said, not really what you're looking for though. I guess I know why this is showing 1 for the... Let me disable it. Grants are local. I wish I had grants that... I don't know of any grants that apply to US game developers. The right one? I mean, you're gonna have to follow some timelines to some extent because there are costs to developing even without a publisher. I don't know if you're planning to hire anyone. Yeah, it's audio control. You know, like we've mentioned before, if you spend 10 years working on your dream game, it's like great. But there's no way that you can recuperate 10 years of costs unless you've made the next Stardew Valley. Backwards? I mean, when you set up a timeline, like a timeline that you schedule with a publisher, they would agree to it as well. So you would just add a time, you know, you'd add time in there for hiccups and issues, right? And what they can always do is usually they pay per milestone, so you would just set a rough date for milestones. And as long as you're not asking for a lot of money, they'd still might give it to you. They're like, okay, you can't spend 2 years on this milestone, but you know, we're pretty flexible because we know we're not gonna pay you till the next milestone anyway. Yeah, you shouldn't burn out. I mean, that would just be dumb, especially because it'll make you hate your game. and hate the idea of working on it. Never a good thing. Yeah, they should be back. I did that with Darkest Dungeon. It was really fucking stupid. Learned my lesson. There we go. That's working. Well, you can send revised milestone plans, so that's pretty common, you know, because it's really hard to schedule a game for the next 3 years or more and figure out exactly how it's gonna look. And you would just be honest with them, like, yeah, I need another month to meet this milestone. And usually, if they pay per milestone, they'll be like, okay, that's fine, but you know, remember we pay per milestone, so. Most publishers are pretty flexible. The point where you start getting really inflexible is just with shitty publishers or really high level publishers like AAA, right? Because higher risk, then they need to market it specifically. They're spending a fuck ton on marketing. And if you delay the game by 1 month, that could cut into competition, or it might be a busy release schedule, so they need to delay it by another quarter. Then, you know, it's like one small delay can cost millions of dollars, whereas with a smaller game, smaller publishing company, usually you're looking at, okay, small delay, gonna cost another couple $1,000, not the end of the world. Obviously, closer to release is the worst part once they start running marketing campaigns. Been there, done that. Yeah, that isn't a good thing. It just means that you don't have a vertical slice yet, which you can go to a publisher without a vertical, but I wouldn't, personally. Okay, this should work now. I fixed my bugs. We should only hear 10% of the ambient volume in the cave, which for this cave makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Very minimal. Sounds good. Yeah, vertical's scary, but I've worked with people that did verticals correctly and also ones that did it incorrectly. And I'll tell you what, never do your vertical slice incorrectly. Holy shit, is that the stupidest thing that you can do? In terms of that building's a lot of compromise in terms of scope to be done. And yeah, it's more like a prototype demo. A weird mix. It's a promotional demo, actually, is I guess the proper way to put it. Well, vertical slice is both, I guess you could term it as the build quality itself. I would consider it a milestone that includes the documentation required for vertical slice. But I'm very strict on that simply because I've worked on projects that didn't do their vertical properly. Like, no. we do not consider this phase done until we have also all of the back end documentation, the plan, all the pipelines in place, all the tools that we want. That's just me. I'd say it's more of like a first playable then. Or just a promotional, I don't know, whatever you call it for yourself is different than what people are, people seeing it are going to call it. It's a pre-alpha demo build is what they're going to see it as. Yeah. Pre-alpha promotional demo. This is the best way to to coin it. What other sounds was I working on? I don't really know if I want any for brewing. Well, I guess we can do stuff for brewing. We can do that tomorrow. For like picking up and dropping of ingredients or something. Or at least for like brewing. Some of the button clicking. You don't have anything in the cave. In this cave. I need to have a full beta by fall 2025. I would say it's hard to know without your vertical slice, in my opinion. What do you do with the ambient sound in here? Oh yeah, we just put it on here. Yeah, and we just did a square fall off on that. Oh, we can do the same thing, I guess, on this other cave. Not against that. Or fall off. Scope is 5 of these vertical slices, essentially. You think about 5 times, because vertical slice should be, going from vertical to alpha is just content. Going from alpha to beta is polishing of content. And then obviously once your beta's done, you're ready to release, right? I'm gonna pull up my handy dandy notebook. First playable vertical. Yeah, rapid white boxing of world. Levels are iterated on. Art is made, and it's really just like getting from vertical to alpha is really a lot of work, but it's also a good place, like I put here, yeah. Doing it to see if any cuts are needed to fit the scope. Wow, best viewers on stream, boo! No, I already have the best viewers. They're already in here. But it's hopefully done in fall 2045, I can engage in awards. It only depends if you want to do a simultaneous release. You can do release first and then do porting afterwards, which I would argue is... it's a lot less overhead. I've had to do simultaneous release. I don't recommend it. It was so terrible. It ate up so much time doing console certification and QA for it. That's if you do the ports yourself. I mean, even then though, because you're still going to be changing stuff from beta to release. I don't know. Like like you've said, you aren't going to get a publisher, so it's a little bit more lenient, but The access or the epic. I don't know. I'd know for sure once I see what the proper vertical is like. And then making your own budget and timeline. Because you should do budget and timeline regardless, right? Even if you aren't going to need a publisher. Just so you're like, okay, I'm going to need outsourcing for this art, for whatever. I'm going to need porting, I'm going to need localization at different phases. You could do early access. I don't know if your game is necessarily, I mean, this is your call, but I don't know if your game is necessarily a vertical or a early access sort of game. Not that it wouldn't work. But some games are certainly better fit for it, right? Blue Cave Queue. Box. The budget is based on time because I do everything. If you do everything, and I look, you know, more power to you. I just don't think it's possible to do everything yourself. It's really difficult. You'll be spending a lot of time doing things that you aren't very fast or good at. It's going to be many, many years. A lot longer than you think, especially if you don't want to get burnt out. I really need fall off, or at least not very large fall off. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. Plus it's time, which is why I'm not keen on money-based publishing. It's fair. There's a lot of hidden time, especially if you want to do a lot of that yourself. Pull it this way just a bit. Actually, it might be easier if I was already working with someone. I know how much time I would lose finding someone worth paying. What do you mean? What kind of person would you want to work with? Like a producer? Which, arguably very handy. For instance, a modeler. There is a lot of value in a producer too, especially one that knows what they're doing. I mean, there are certain things that you can't do yourself, right? Like localization, or things that you can relatively assume cost for, like marketing, right? You can look at like pay-per-view or click marketing. So there are some things, and then you can just budget your time. Like, how much are you? Usually for like a company, you do. Oh God, what's the term? Basically, how much is your burn rate? Burn rate is like how much you're spending every month. So you can determine how much you're spending every month to stay alive, and then just multiply that by the number of months, and then just add in the additional like one-time cost, like localization. Or if you're planning to do like DLC or expansions, you're gonna have to add in some expectation of localization there, any voice acting, music, or, well, you do music, so that's not a problem. Any asset packs you might need to purchase for whatever. Get them all the way over here. Whatever, we'll walk. If you want to use a porting company, which I would recommend, you know, that's going to add in costs as well. But they're going to be a flat fee. They're not going to take percentage or whatever. And then you'll need to just multiply it by, you know, you'll need to factor in Steam, how much Steam is going to take, taxes, any other fees you might have, like if you can determine after you make $1 million, or if you're expecting to make over $1 million, then you'll need to pay the 5% to Unreal. And then just, you know, work with your PPU and the expected lifetime sales. And you can figure out about how much money you would need to make to recuperate the cost that it's going to have. Would be able to cover porting costs of some kind of crowdfunding. Crowdfunding could work. You could get some. But at a certain point, very minimal. Oh, I think I set it to spatialization. What was I saying? At a certain point, though, you know, even with like early access and crowdfunding, you need to determine, okay, I'm going to go to these platforms. This is how much I expect to make. Crowdfunding is very difficult and it requires a lot of work. It can take anywhere between 2 to 3 months to properly prepare for crowdfunding. And then, of course, however much you expect to make from that, I don't know, 10, 20,000 bucks. At a certain point, how much of that is going to be necessary to recuperate the costs of working on it for, I don't know, the next 2 to 3 years or whatever it takes. And then how much is going to be kept in my pocket afterwards. And usually, unfortunately, it depends on the game, but you'll find that you'll either, at best, you'll break even, and at worst, you'll be in a slight deficit. Especially if you plan to do like marketing on your own, you will find that your expected sales will usually be lower than if you would work with the publisher, which is fine. You know, it's a trade-off, right? But that just needs to be factored into the costs. Where's this? Yeah, no spatialization. Like sometimes your game can just pop off, which, you know, hopefully that's what happens. But other times, you know, it's like you'll be looking like 20, 30,000 sales within the first 6 months, I think is pretty reasonable. Yeah, that is, and marketing can be expensive depending on platform. I guess if for your game, like casual type game, Facebook and YouTube. Did you draw a penis on the map? No. Definitely not. I thought I saw you. It's a cat. It's an alpaca sitting down. Close enough. I don't know what Google, oh god, what's it called? It's not AdWords, it's Google. What's like their YouTube ad program called? Google YouTube ads. Is it just, it's just called Google Ads. I'm fucking retarded. The AdSense? Whatever. Google Ads, YouTube cost. Depends on region too, right? So there might be some. Average cost per view of 10 cents to 30 cents. Average cost of reaching around 100,000 views is $2,000. It's not terrible. But, you know, it's like if you're factoring in your global market, right? So your market's global, you can focus it on you know, casual players or people looking at things that match the type of vibe you're looking for. Actually, 100,000 views is, I don't know, it can add up. I was thinking Facebook too. I was thinking also Facebook. So I'm thinking like Facebook and YouTube are probably your best bets for marketing a casual game. I don't think TikTok is really, well, I mean, you can make TikTok videos, right? That's cheap. That's free. But the best turnover probably is going to come from YouTube. My question is about what's the conversion rate? YouTube ad conversion rate. Just a rough percentage. 12%? E-commerce is 0.05 to 0.5%. 1.4. See, it depends on, I guess it depends on the market. Someone says around 1.4%. I really don't trust fucking 12%. There's no way 12% of people click YouTube ads. Yeah, that there's no fucking way, dude. I get about 600 clicks per month and 100K views. That seems a lot more accurate. I mean, if you're spending $2,000 to get 1,000 clicks, and then 1,000 clicks on your page will amount to how many? I don't know what the conversion rate would be. 12% clicks? Well, there's two conversions. So a click is one conversion. A click on your link, right? On that probably go to your Steam page. Then how many people who go to your Steam page click on wishlist or purchase, right? Or I guess how many then click on who wishlist it then purchase it. So I would imagine that 100,000 views for a game probably turns into 100 sales, maybe at best, which would make you just recuperate costs. Now, that's not necessarily meaning that it's not worth it, because of course more sales equals more reviews, and if your game is good, then more reviews generally is going to return higher algorithm searches. So it will feed into itself eventually, but I don't know. I don't know. It depends on how well you target the ads, right? Because if you run your casual game ads on, I don't know, engineering videos, that's not going to be a very good conversion rate, right? it's worth trying a campaign, you know, of maybe $1,000, but that's still $1,000 that you're gonna have to sink, right? That's better. So yeah, I mean, marketing, you're gonna have to factor into that as well. Usually, you know, publisher's gonna handle marketing, so you don't have to factor that into your costs at all. But they will factor that into they will factor that into their publishing contract. If anyone were like me, then ads would be worthless on the internet. I have never clicked on an ad. However, there have been, I think, a maximum of 3 occasions where an ad has made me go and look into the product being marketed. But it's almost always for games. Actually, I have clicked on ads, but on accident. Right? Like you're just out of the shower, you're watching a YouTube video or whatever, and you grab your phone and then you bump it. It's like, fuck, go back, damn it. Okay, accidentals don't count. Okay, that's good. Loud. Granted, we did boost this to 100% sound effects volume, so whatever. I'm gonna make that inside radius just a bit lower so that there's more fall off. Where's my thing? Where's my box? Thousand fall off. Nah, we can do 2,000 fall off. That's okay. Shit. I doubt that would be very audible there. At the edge of the fall off range. Yeah. Only problem is that I don't think this rid of the external audio quickly enough. Only 0.2 seconds, it shouldn't take that long. If it's working correctly. It might not be. No, it should be. Multiplying it, setting it to 5 seconds, which is what we wanted. Yeah, I don't want it to be that long. 0.7. Okay, that's pretty good. I accept. Where's some bees? I really like this audio spline. It works really well. Feels like a hacky way to do it, but maybe it is just industry standard to do it this way. I don't know. Fuck you, bees. We could try to set up a component tomorrow that allows you to enter the desert and change the ambient sounds a bit. That way you don't hear birds chirping. But so far this feels good. I'm happy with this. Wish we had the footsteps working, but that's just not going to happen for this version of the game. Yeah, this is peaceful. It's nice. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Run. Scared. You better be. Oh, that sounds nice. Alright, let me fix these damn flowers again. I don't get why they keep falling. But I think it's something to do with them just hovering above the landscape. So if I ever like grab the landscape and accidentally move it, I think it attaches them. Because they're part of the foliage system. If I could make them not part of the foliage system, that would be very easy. You actually reach those though. It's a bit too high up. Alright, let me lower that one. Doesn't need to look great, just needs to look decent. The abrupt song changes in this always affects me. Okay, that looks pretty good. Oh, wait, guys, quick thing. If you like what you're seeing, consider giving us a follow. It means a lot, and you get 2 free emotes, our lurk and high emote. And I can use this number to tell publishers that we are more legit. Or unfollow and you can make it hard mode. Yeah, we'll do some type of sound on the alchemy system tomorrow too. A little bit too soundless right now. Maybe something on the dialogue system. Like just buttons in general. I'm not a huge fan of button sounds though. Or if I want to phrase that differently, I think a lot of button and UI sounds are very intrusive to an experience. You have to find the right ones and play them at the right volume. Oops, we didn't make the sound effects a child of the master volume. Let me fix that. And I want to make an ambient slider too. Alchemy. Master. There you are. Music. I don't remember what the other one was. Sound effects. What? Okay. Whatever. And I'll make a new sound class for ambient. Let's see. Ambient. I guess my only question would be, do we consider like the sounds of the waves and stuff to be ambient noise? Is there one for weather? Yes. One for weather and outdoor sound. Do they have outdoor sounds? Hold on. Been adding sounds this whole time and they have outside sound? No way. An outdoor sound class. What reference is that? It doesn't really help. That uses weather. Let me see all cues in here. Audio cue, sound cue. Weather. Doesn't seem to even be used. Yeah. Okay, then we'll just add one to the weather. Or add the weather to this. The master, and we need to add 2 more sliders and then to the settings. Sound effects. Ambient. Volume box. Slider. And bind this. Get ambient sound. And then the event graph. On value change, set volume, ambient, done. Duplicate this again. It weather sound volume. Speaking of. Fix those. Oh yeah, we gotta do it in the level blueprint. That's why it looked weird. Ambience. Now the weather should be hooked up already if we change that. Yeah, weather's good. I can't believe you're still streaming. It's only been 6 hours. How you feeling? Yeah. Throat's getting a little sore. Not too bad though. Just like a light tingling. See, my mouth over the past week is like a roguelike game. So you know, like you die, right? And you have to start over. All your buffs are gone, right? I had a lot of buffs to my throat before it died. And it really died. Like my throat, dead. Sore throat, red, swollen. I had 3 canker sores in the back of it. Eating and drinking, even water, was painful as fuck. So it died, I lost all my buffs, and now I'm starting from scratch, and I need to regain those buffs. Don't overdo it. Well, I'm gonna overdo it a little bit, because I'm adding all these awesome sounds to the game. I mean, it just sounds good. I'm still just wondering, should we categorize... No, we should. We should categorize the waterfall, all the water sounds, as ambient noise. This should all be ambient. The only sound effect that we have right now is the pickup sound. Which is that. Yeah, that's right. Run away, bitch. This is such a shitty sound for a rushing river. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. It sounds like the most casually calm creek in existence, as it's hurtling down towards a waterfall. Maybe we need a new sound for that because it sounds so bad. River. I mean, it does look kind of calm. Rapid, wide mountain river. Things, none of these are moving. Too close up. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Ah, man. I mean, this boosted would probably sound pretty decent. Maybe I can boost it. Let's see. Let me try giving it some gain just to see how it sounds. Yeah, that sounds a bit better. What if we layer it? What if I... Let's see. We boost the bass just a little bit. And change the pitch. What's down? That would go lower than D sharp. So we get a deeper sound on top of the high sound. That sounds pretty good. I like that. Expert audio technician at Microraptor Games. Which, if you guys didn't see, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I purchased something. What I got, look what I got. Came very fast too. I mean, just like me, right? Wait. Oh, hold on. Look at this. Pretty good, yeah? And then there's one on the left-hand side of the front. I like it. Need to sell merch. I don't know what merch I would sell. Right now I'm wearing my Mountain Blade Bannerlord shirt. Shout out, by the way, to the guys over at Mountain Blade Bannerlord. They gave me this for free when I saw them in I'm friends with the producer who works for them. Really nice guy. They got me a free shirt. Except somebody that I live with, she knows who she is, washed it with some of her red things, and now it's kind of pink. that dude has feathers, not scales. We did want something just kind of, I don't know, like cute. Some people said that our marker raptor was a bit too cute, but I think it accurately conveys that we just want to be, we're just chill. We're chill. We make games, we have fun. I don't know. We could always do a like a variant, right? Because I'm trademarking this logo. It's almost done, and we could do like an angry version of it, and that should fall within the rights. Or I'll just trademark that too. Whatever. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Not important right now. Okay, let's classify these audio cues as bees. Day-night ambience cue. The micro-raptor, not a full-blown raptor. True. That's true. Wave speech, ambience. Do we want to consider the bees as ambient noise? What do you guys think of that? I feel like this is ambient. I'm trying to think of uses for like the sound effects queue, but we don't actually have a lot of sound effects in the game right now. It's mostly ambient, which is good. It's good. I think the ambient sounds in the game, in this kind of game, are more important than the sound effects. For now. For now. Pick up sound effects, that's correct. Footsteps we don't use right now. Ambience. Dripping. Waterfall. And then we gotta bring in that wave. Rapid wide mountain river. Just doesn't look very loud. And we might have to boost its default volume a bit. God, which one do we use here? I'm just gonna copy the cue and change the, or I'll just change the sound that's being used. Water flowing fast 01. This one. Here we go. Molt. Let me see how loud it is. Its sound is definitely better. Definitely better. Just needs to be boosted up. Yeah, it is. It should be pretty audible from... That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Got quite a bit of fall off, so... You know, I want... You should hear a... You should hear a pretty fast river from quite a ways away, right? So that's pretty easy. Much better sound. God, why were you allowed to go back this far? It looks so bad. Ignore it. The borders are further back than I thought they were. Okay, and I wanted to fix the issue with plane. Where was it? Here. Oh no, it goes through. Oh no, here it doesn't. Need to raise the land up a little bit. Better. Yeah. Maybe it'd be cool if there was like some glowing, some like hum behind this, like some magical hum. Just how video games are made. Yes. To some extent, yes. Hey, good, right? How you doing? We're definitely making a game. It is a prototype, so it is very early stages of what a game would look like. A prototype's meant to capture the essence of the game and show the gameplay loop in a very rough early state. Functional over, you know, feature rich and to some extent quality. But because our game does have a lot of like ambience being built and you know, it is a very like art forward game, I do want to use some assets which we've used here to help sell what the game is visually going to look like. Usually you would use like concept artists for that, but even before vertical slice, even before it, we're not even at first playable yet. Looks great. Thank you so much for that. We're working on sound stuff, so hopefully it sounds good too. We have one issue, we're not going to be able to get footsteps in this version of the game. Which I think would help, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, we have some ambient sounds, we've got some music. Pretty chill. And hopefully it helps sell that vibe of just, hey, relax, take it easy. Thank you. I used to, well, I'm using, you know, sounds that I have from various packs. And I've made an audio spline. Ignore the fact that I'm walking on water, but yeah, it's a spline that I can, you know, customize the length of and how it looks, and then a specific audio cue is going to follow my position along that spline to wherever I'm closest to. And that way you get a pretty consistent sound that feels like it's multi-dimensional rather than just being in one spot. And then I do that for the like the little waves lapping up against this. Yeah, if I had to draw it, it would look something like, you know, here's our pond, right? I essentially have a spline wrapping all around that. Our little lake, you can see the spline here. And as the player moves around this, so if the player's here, you're going to have the sound cue attached to the spline here, and then you have a larger attenuation radius where the player can stop hearing the sounds. And as the player moves around, so too does this audio cue. So whatever is the closest point on the spline to the player's point. That way, technically, there's only one audio source for the entirety of the lake. It just follows the player around the map, but locks itself to the spline. And we do that for the river as well as the waterfall. And it seems to work pretty well. It's a very ingenious way of making it, and I cannot claim credit for making it. He followed a tutorial. But hey, it works. It works, I learned something new. That's the important part. Let's put in a new sound for this too, and I think it sounds much better. Maybe still a little quiet. Game will this be? So it is an open world alchemy game. Essentially I can just show it. Why talk about it when I can show it? You collect ingredients from the open world with this hilariously placeholder sound effect. And then you'll have occasionally NPCs that show up to your hut and request potions, and you have to make them yourself with a very free-form type of creation system. And then they'll go off and do their quests, and maybe they'll succeed, maybe not. Depends on how well your potions satisfy their needs. So for instance, this guy's looking for a health potion and you provide him with, I don't know, poison, right? Like, here, yeah, it's totally a health potion. No, don't smell it. Don't taste test it. He might, you know, end up dying or coming back very scarred and probably not going to buy any more potions from you. But depending on how these NPC stories are completed, it may lead to other storylines getting opened up or different things happening in the world. So it's very much like an open morality type of system and play the way you want to. Make any potion you want. Combine different effects and flavors. Regenerate health 1. Maybe we can get regenerate health on this bad boy. 2. Yes. So regenerate health 1 potion. That's a good, cool concept. Thank you. Also, hey 3D modeling, how you doing? You can also heal or do, you know, use your potions in the open world. So there might be things that you can heal or affect based on whatever it is you're looking at. Maybe it is something that you need to heal. Maybe it's something you need to destroy. The potions you make you can use in combat. So it's not a game with combat about like sword and shield, right? It's a game about making potions. So your potions are your weapons. You might come across some critters or some monsters, things of varying levels of aggression that need to be taken out, especially if they're guarding an area. I don't see any right now. Where did they go? I don't see any. Where did they run off to? Oh, I see one. I'm just being lazy over here. Little slime. Little raccoon thing. Just woke up like 20 minutes ago, so getting my morning started. Nice. That's nice. Yeah, we are about 75 days into development now, so we're pretty early. And our game is pretty large in scope. We're looking for about $3 million in funding for the entire production. It's definitely a AA quality game, right? The 5.4 is officially released was great. 5.4. What 5.4? Oh, is it fully released now? It's in preview. Do I have to just restart the launcher, maybe? 3 billion sounds like a lot. It's if I had to put it into like just for budgetary purposes, right? Because we're only looking at having about 15 to 20 people full time. Indie games are going to be usually between, well, let's say, I'll just put 0, right? Because it could just be a hobby indie game. $0 and hold on. We're going to do an NFT. Let's do it properly. $0 and I don't know, 50,000 maybe. For most indie games are going to be roughly within that. This is not a, one size fits all graph. So this is indie. This is going to be AA. Graph not to scale. AAA, I'm not going to include quadruple A because fuck Ubisoft. AA, you're going to be looking at probably up to 5 mil usually for total budget, and then AAA is going to be anywhere between 5 mil and I mean, it depends I'll just put 20 mil plus. You have some games costing hundreds of millions, right? Probably need to restart because I had the preview installed since it released and it just let me update to the full thing. Dude, awesome. I'm excited to download that then. See if it fixes some of my bugs. I mean, look, it's not like a... This isn't one size fits all, but... Games are expensive. Games are expensive. And, you know, we're hiring people in Poland, right, for probably about a 3-year period. Hate to say it, but Poland is a hell of a lot cheaper than... Need quadruple, exactly. Poland is a hell of a lot cheaper than... you know, the US or whatever, or other Western countries, Germany. And this is pretty standard. This is in Polish zloty, so it's about 3 million. Pay for salaries and then taxes, and then we're looking at selling, I think, what was our expected sales in PPU? PPU $20 to $30. Lifetime sales of 1.5 million. Big in scope. But not impossible. Not impossible with the right quality and the right idea. Gamers are very critical. They are. Must be tough to be in a dev with all that money at stake. It is. The industry is very unstable. I think people look at Twitch streamers making games, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but the assumption is that it's, you know, just indie devs. Right now it is kind of considered indie just because I'm working on this on my own, out of my own salary, but the idea is to pitch it to a publisher, build this into a AA quality game with a full team. It is what it is, right? But we're starting small, keeping costs minimum for right now, which is good. First playable, we can keep costs very minimal. Only hire 4 additional people. First playable cost will be about $125,000, which I think is pretty fair. Building AAA game alone with the cost being my soul, yes. Sounds about right. I sold it. Only game I could see being quadruple A game when it come out would be GTA 6. I think, to me, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a good example of what triple or quadruple A game team size, budget, length of production, and quality of experience would be. It's the only one. Not even Cyberpunk is anywhere close to it. Cyberpunk is just a very pretty game with very shallow gameplay mechanics in a lot of cases. 2.0 is better than 1.0, but still there's not much dynamic to the world. Red Dead Redemption 2, on the other hand, is a very systems-heavy action simulator game. It's definitely a step up from GTA in a lot of cases. Although I think that you're right, GTA 6 would probably be, if it's considered like, this is even better than Red Dead Redemption 2 quality, but has the amount of depth and care in the systems that both GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 had, 100% gonna be a triple or a quadruple A game. I'm pretty harsh about Cyberpunk, but some of that's on the marketing. They said that game was going to be an RPG heavy, you know, like Deus Ex, choices matter, play, you know, this game any way you want, and it'll be very catering, and the story will change based on how you play it. It's not really, it's a pretty linear experience. Very pretty game. Not a lot to it beyond the story and some of the side quests. We get some like glowing magic effect. Do I have anything like that? Some looping ambient glowing effect. I don't know how to put it. What do we have? Ambience place. Magic loops. Okay, let me see what these sound like. No. I don't like the way it loops. It's not bad. It's not bad, especially if I change the pitch. Just make all my sounds with my mouth. Not a bad idea. There was some game that did that recently. Good, Red. Thank you for the follow.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
Ooh. Okay, I can get behind this. Or even this. Okay, let me try this. This sounds pretty good. Ambience. A magic dark hue. My footstep clicking and dash effects are with my mouth. It works, especially, I mean, for some games, it works as a, like, artistic expression. And then there's other games that just, you know, you don't need that for anything before vertical, right? Fuck it. It's like the same people like, oh, if you want to do, you know, voice acting for your game, you should just use AI. It's like, just to record it myself. Fuck it. A lot of layering and processing. Yeah, I can imagine that. All right, let's add this. Yeah, let me add this. I'll just put it in world directly. We'll override attenuation settings on it. Attenuation. That's not bad. We have a couple of others in the world too that I'll put the same sound on. That looks good. And I think there's two more. Rolling in his grave, seeing what his company has become. I agree. I agree. Dude, Disney has fallen off so hard. When they can't produce movies that are better than their nearly century old versions, you know they're doing something wrong. I'm sorry that I mentioned they were centuries old. Don't get me started. Yeah, there is no. I mean, it's not difficult. I mean, look, I'll put it this way: writing a good story is difficult, 100%. However, it's not difficult to understand the core concepts of what make a story timeless, right? That's something that I think people who even aren't storytellers can all agree on, right? That telling a human story that speaks to human nature and our innate desires and goals will become more timeless than if you target a specific demographic at a specific time period. And it seems like they forgot that that's the point. So when studios, movies, or games, the quality of the product actually decreases. Get too big. I think it's pandering. I think there's a conscious choice to try to market by virality, and therefore you need to pander in order to get clicks and views and shit. What about Pixar? Has Pixar fallen off too? Or is it mainly Disney? I feel like Pixar, for whatever it's worth, is still trying to make original stories, right? Toy Story. I don't remember if I liked Toy Story 4. It was forgettable. Incredibles 2 was just meh. The main problem was the villain. The villain was so fucking forgettable. And I have not seen anything. I've not seen Onward, Soul, Luca, Turning Red, Lightyear, or Elemental. I couldn't tell you shit about those. For me, the last, like, beautiful, timeless, amazing Pixar film that I've seen was Up. And Toy Story 3. But Up, for me, was better than Toy Story 3, even. But again, I haven't really seen much since then, and especially not these latest 5 films. Onward and Soul and Elemental were so good. I haven't seen them. I should watch them. But I mean, look, at the very least, what I can say, they're trying to make original stories still. And that I can respect more than whatever Disney's doing these days. Even if it's another sequel, fine, whatever, but Luca just kind of happened. I'd be quite a bit of a failing company if it makes me $3 billion in profit. For some people, that's okay. Okay, last good animated film that I think is nearly perfect was the new Puss in Boots movie. That I did not have very high expectations going into, and that absolutely blew away my expectations. Problem is, if I set this pretty high, it's gonna poke out into the top here. Oh no, it doesn't really. It almost does. What was it? It was like The Last Wish or something? Yeah. If you guys haven't seen this yet, holy shit was this good. This was actually the action went hard, the animation was great, the voice acting and the themes, the humor, it was all there. This has like revitalized the Shrekiverse, whatever they call it. Honestly, exceptional. Okay, we can put that there. I don't think the player's even gonna hear it. There. And that way the sound will be pretty audible down in the cave. That was DreamWorks, right? Yeah, DreamWorks has Shrek. It was good. Visible sound would be a nice accessibility feature. Didn't The Last of Us 2 do something like that? I mean, The Last of Us has the... There's like a special mode, right? Like listening, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Hear it. Did we set up the right audio cue? Oh, it's very, very quiet. Okay, let's boost it then. SSI? He's got to get back to me about the messages I sent. Unless this game would fit in the Shrek universe, go pitch it to DreamWorks. Actually, it would be pretty funny. The intentionally questionable potion seller. Like, you are the witch in the woods. Okay. It's audible. So there is like currently a 3 to 5 minute gap between, it's randomized between each audio track. So there are going to be times where you don't have music and you're just living in the ambience. So certain things will be easier to see. Does the game looks great? Yeah, it does. I sped up the day-night cycle too, just to test. Some things may be hard to hear though over the weather. I'm gonna get all the audio in the game first, and then go over and adjust it so that it sounds good, right? Give it a default mix, and then of course the player can just play with it further and hear, right? But having the default mix would be nice. Dude, that was a great lightning crack. That looked amazing. I was trying to get a screenshot of lightning the other day for a pitch deck. I couldn't get one. That one would have looked perfect. Yeah, this is nice and moody. I like it. Ooh, that was a good one. I also have the snow. I don't know if there's really any ambient sounds to the snow though. Just some fishing? We don't have fishing yet. We do need fishing though. That's gonna happen after Digital Dragons. We're gonna add the fishing minigame. I didn't get enough time to prototype it before. Sadly. Come back. Where you going? He's on a mission. No, this looks good. This looks good, it sounds good. I'm happy there's at least some sound to the game now. And focusing on the ambient sounds has done... It's done wonders. Why isn't that cute thing following the ground slope? 'Cause I don't know how to make it do that. That's where I tell my art director, hey, can you make it so that it follows it? Oh, we missed a. We have to put one of the. I'm gonna kind of overhaul the cave sounds here. Where's that snow coming from? You see that? Is it blowing in from there? I tried to make it blow in from there because there is a little gap for the player to see. There is some way to do it, and I think that you can do it through the nav mesh. I don't know. It's very low importance for now. Some control rig stuff. Yeah, you're right. If you want to do it right, you have to do it through that so it can get the IK. Yeah. We have that budgeted too. I know how to do it, but I hate it. Dude, that sounds like me for a lot of things. Yeah, we've got an animator slated for late vertical. And throughout full production. Gonna pawn off all the stuff you hate first. There's no way I could learn to do everything for Cauldron Chronicles myself. Not at the level that we want it. First it goes control rigs and models, UVs. That's fair. Can you pawn off everything except pocketing the profits? Yes. That's called being a suit. You find some talented people, you start a company, you make them do all the work, and you sell shares in the company. And then you just hope that they know what they're doing. That's what Todd Howard does. Isn't Todd Howard just a producer at this point? Or is he essentially creative director / producer? He might just be creative director and executive producer. But I don't know if he does any typical... He might just do high-level production, so he's probably not down in Jira or whatever task management they use. He's gonna be very high-level. Or does fuck all other than lie to players' faces. Fair. But yeah, this is looking pretty good so far. EDS weather and outdoor sound. Okay, fine. I'll check those out. Paid spit bucket. I've worked with suits before. I'm not really happy with it. I don't really like what they do. I think that it's very useful to have somebody on the high level doing business stuff. That's very important. And handling the money. That's not something that you want to handle yourself. Even if you know how to do it, you probably won't have the time to do it properly. And you don't want to fuck around with money, because otherwise the IRS is going to get on your ass. So it's good to have somebody like that. But they don't need to be in a creative position or in a position where they are going to trample your creativity. It should be a relationship where you tell them what you need, they tell you what they need, and you work together, right? Yeah, you pay secretary, you pay accounting, whatever. I think that a company at a certain size could still have a CFO. Just somebody in charge of legal, money, budgets, company expenditures. The less of that I have to deal with, the more I can focus on creative directing and design and handling the team, especially day-to-day, because I'm more of a day-to-day manager than I am a high-level manager. I'd probably leave, you know, I'd get like a good producer, a fucking good producer to be my right-hand man or woman in this case. And I want them to handle kind of the high level and task management, and I can handle day-to-day management and focus on systems and features. Because that's what I'm good at. And I can augment my lack of skill in other areas. I'm trying to hold off on that so I can pay them a salary instead of giving them a percentage of the company. You can do both. I mean, if your company has shares, you can give shares to individuals, or you can do profit sharing with employees as well. Whatever works. Alright, I'm gonna push this, guys. We can keep talking for a little while more, but I'm still nursing a lot of sickness. And my throat's getting pretty sore. Let's see. Added more ambient sounds. Sound classes. And audio control options. Yeah. Close that. Looks I'm gonna want to set up a holding company in New Zealand or something. Oh, fun. Oh, double taxes, yeah. Fuck taxes. That's one we can all agree on, right? That's not a hot take. Fuck taxes. Have to take another one of these. I can't take these past 5 p.m. I don't know why. I don't know what it does. By the way, I think somebody gifted me No Rest for the Wicked. And now I feel like I have to play it on stream. Although if my project gets to a point where I can be hands off with it, I'd be down to collab with you if you're still not happy with where you're at. I'd look forward to that, yeah. We're gonna need a lot of art for our game. I mean, that goes without saying, right? Somebody gifted me No Rest for the Wicked. That's so nice. Have a good night, get rest and feel better. I will attempt to. Well, even in Poland, for instance, I technically have to pay, if I get a job in Poland, right, I have to pay taxes in Poland, of course, and then I have to pay taxes in the US because I'm still a US citizen. The only saving grace is that I don't make enough in Poland to even be in the minimum tax bracket in the US, so I just have to claim the money, and then I just don't have to pay taxes on it. But if I get over a certain percentage, give him a hug, I will. I will. You misspelled my cat's name though, but that's okay. I'm gonna overlook it. American, their citizens get punished for being born in a free country. That's true. Fuck the IRS, dude. Fuck Texas. I pay them, but I hate them. And I think there are some bullshit taxes. Rather pay taxes to my government. At least pave my roads. Yeah, fair. Well, see, in the US, a lot of our funding goes to politicians in Washington that don't really seem to do anything except argue with each other about bullshit, and then write overly complex bills that just shove in a bunch of money for their friends on top of issues that they think people care about. And because nobody reads them, nobody knows this. Or people just don't care. I'm from a country that was so against paying another country taxes they fought to found themselves. Seems ironic. Shit, dude, that's pretty true. If an American gets married to a U.S. citizen, and the poor bride has to deal with the IRS too? What do you mean? If you get married, you can, you actually get better tax breaks. Oh, American gets married to European? Probably, but you could file together. I'm not sure. I don't know the specifics. Because of course, if when I get married to my fiance who's European, we're gonna get her a green card pretty damn quickly, right? So of course then you have to pay taxes, but because we could file together, our minimum tax, or minimum income to start paying taxes would be higher, because it's a joint return. About other countries all the time. I mean, I don't mind helping out other countries. I just think that it's great if you don't have massive homelessness and drug problems in all the cities. Like, I'm all for helping out countries that need it and being generous and all that, right? But when we treat our veterans like shit, our homeless like shit, and our drug-addled population like shit, and mental health-addled population like shit, maybe, just maybe, check one of these off first before we go crazy overseas. That's my hot take for the day. I don't like seeing anybody suffering. But if you do this in your own country, that's kind of bullshit. I love the US. I love the US. And I love the people there. Every time I visit there, the people are nice. But then I see videos of cities of lines of tents of people suffering, people who want help but can't get any help. And the few places that are open are just overwhelmed. Or people who have served our country that get treated like shit. It's just, come on. Come on. No, the politicians don't want that. Which is why I hate having Kensington out. I'm independent. Let's put it that way. I'm politically independent. I don't like either side because they both just shit on citizens. And being a small guy living in a third world country, putting 16 hours a day, being a solo dev for years, and I have to give 60% of that to American bigwigs. And to pay for what? There was some video I saw. I'll show you guys. Where's Asmon? I saw this. Oh yeah, this one. Americans are getting scammed.
Microtransactions going nuts IRL. The Air Force is paying $90,000 for a bag of bushings that normally costs $100.
This bag of bushings, stamped out by machinists, don't need a heist, don't need a
$90,000,
diploma. It's not anything high tech about this. How much do you think the Air Force pays for this bag of bushings?
I don't know, Congressman.
$90,000. This is a $90,000 bag.
He should have asked them how much do you think they should pay.
I don't know for sure, but I bet this is the House Oversight Committee, which, if you are even mildly interested in U.S. politics, it's, again, these are still politicians, but just watch the House Oversight Committee and all of the shit that they find. Like 100,000 taxpayer dollars spent on some bullshit party. No, it's a front, right? They're funneling that money into various people's pockets.
Bushings that you need for any jet turbine engine just to operate. So the exorbitant cost is literally driving us out of business. The interest on our debt alone is now exceeding, for the first time in American history, the entire defense budget. We can't afford it anymore.
So people paying $90,000 for this bag full of shit, and it's not cocaine. I think we're getting scammed. That's too much, guys. I feel like we're really getting got. Like, I could easily see where, like, a normal screw would be a $30 screw for, like, the military if, like, you know, it's, like, heat-treated, used out of a different alloy. But, like...
Yeah, and you know what? To like, some extent, there is an increase in price when you're getting it from, like, a defense contractor. They're making sure that these are made properly to spec. It's the same thing, like, with any aeronautical engineering, right? You need to, yes, you're using like bolts and washers, but these are specific, you know, machined perfectly without any error or issue, because you don't want to have those errors in a massive $1 million rocket being launched into space, right? Or tens of millions. Understandable. But still, this is just kind of fucked up. I'm paying 60%. I'm expecting a bag of cocaine in the mail. Yeah, perfectly with Boeing aircrafts, dude. I don't want to talk about Boeing. I'm losing. Look, my voice is already going. We can chat all about Boeing tomorrow. I saw some graph recently about the number of incidents between Boeing and Airbus. I don't know if I'd feel safe getting on a Boeing aircraft these days. I mean, not all of them are like crashing, but still, the number of incidents with like engine failures and other mechanical failures that could lead, with a bad pilot or in the middle of the air, lead to a crash is a little bit scary. But we can talk about that tomorrow. For today, I gotta get going. I gotta run to the store because I have 1 week of sickness where I couldn't shop at all. And then I'm going to get going home and rest my voice a bit more. But, thank you guys. One tire in the C-130 was a 500. Jesus. Thank you guys so much for coming out today. I'll see you tomorrow. If you aren't following, please consider giving us a follow. You can keep up to date with our streams. And if you want, we have a Discord. You can hang out and, you know, share your game, talk with us. We have a YouTube where we post all of our stream VODs every single day of development on there. So if you want to catch up or see something specific that was made, go check that out. And We post on Twitter when we go live, so if you want to, enable notifications on that, you can. And yeah, have a good night. Have a good rest of your day, depending on where you are in the world, and treat people with love. Don't fight hate with hate. Just be nice to people. Be good. Ask yourself, what would Mr. Rogers, what would Steve Irwin, what would Bob Ross do? What would these people do? So, be nice to people. And Steve Rogers. What would Steve Rogers do exactly? See you guys. Take care. Have a nice night. And see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.